The problem with the rune light? What? What's the problem with it? What do you mean Runescape, not Rune Light? What the f... Fingers not used to this small keyboards, man. Can't even press one key, I press like 3 at the same time. Let's see. What's the problem?
All right, let's start off with the good news today. We've talked about the jagex launcher on Mac computers, soon to be incompatible a few times on this channel. And while we were initially promised that that would be fixed by the end of last year, obviously that has not happened. However, jagex did release a statement today, basically quieting our concerns. So if you're a Mac player, do not worry. Jagex is promising that this is going to be fixed before the release of Mac OS 28. And they say we are fully committing to ensuring there is no disruption for any of our Mac players because of the changes to compatibility. So that's nice to hear some official communication on this front, which is great. But while we're talking about launchers, we have to talk about our main story today. We have to talk about clients. The elephant in the room here. It's a topic that we've actually touched on before, but we've never really done a full deep dive into. So I figured today we are going to talk about the problem with RuneLight. Now, RuneLight itself is fantastic. The team over there does absolutely incredible work. They do have a Patreon as well. If you'd like to support that, I fully encourage it. But that's not the problem. No, the problem is how heavily RuneScape relies on RuneLight, which is not owned or operated by jagex. It's entirely a third-party client, but the features that it offers are immense compared to really anything else out there. Yeah. If we were to force a client change, it could really only get worse. Nothing will ever be better than RuneLight. And there's a reason that I bring this up. A while ago, jagex told us that they are focusing more on bringing their official client up to par. And the long-term goal of that was ultimately to transition fully over to the main client. And just have everybody use that. Now, I want to say they said this about 2 years ago at this point, and we have not heard really anything about a plugin or anything. They have made a bucket load of improvements to the main client, which is great to see. But when it comes to that specific goal of fully transitioning over, it's just been radio silence since then. So that leads me to believe either they are rethinking that idea entirely, or they realize that it's just so far away, it's not in the cards anytime soon. So I sat down and I had to think. If RuneLight was gone tomorrow and everybody had to use the official client, what kind of effect would that have on the game? A worst case scenario, that could lead to like an EOC level cataclysmic drop off of the player base. It could also have a smaller, maybe 5 to 10% drop off in the player base, and really just anywhere in between. The one thing that would not happen, okay, is that we got more people playing the game. It could really only be negative. And I think this is a fundamental problem in the game where a vast majority of players essentially rely on a third-party piece of software. jagex is basically praying, okay, that the unpaid labor of a few developers in middle America keep their game afloat. I can't think of a single other major title where this is the case, and that's a problem. So what are the solutions here? Well, ideally, jagex would just fork over the money, hire the team in some capacity to transfer the code over into the main client. Again, cannot think of a single other game where this is a problem, but realistically, with our private equity overlords, it would take a massive amount of convincing to get them to pay for something that they're already getting for free, and shows no sign of not being free anytime soon on top of that. They could just leave the game as is, but we're essentially hinging on a single point of failure for this whole system, and there's just so many ways that that could go wrong. I really hope in the future we get some sort of official communication on this, because this can only go unaddressed for so long. So my question is this to you guys. If RuneLite stopped existing, would you guys stop playing? And if so, how good would the normal client have to be to make you guys not mad about switching over? There's a lot to talk about here, so give me your thoughts below. I'd love to hear them. And to further illustrate my point here, this is what sailing looks like on mobile. Basically unplayable. Anyway, we do have our leagues reveals for the day. We're going to start off with Larcenist. Now, this is the thieving relic. We've had this in a couple past leagues. I always love this one. I almost always take this one. 100% success rate on all actions. You automatically re-pickpocket. You automatically re-steal from the stall. Things you receive from pickpocketing installs are noted. Guards will never catch you, and the amount of coin pouches you can carry is increased by 10x. So that's always a massive one. It's great for AFK.
Like
it's an easy 99. Depending on what else is in the tier, I'm probably going to take this one. We also got another Echo boss announced. This is Grotesque Guardians back again. Now, I'm really hoping this leagues that we see a new Echo boss, or at least new mechanics on these, I'm assuming. If they just recycled them again, I wouldn't be super happy with that. But this one drops a new staff. Charged with earth and body runes, build power with every blow and shatter your enemies. Tantalizing. Up next, we have our art showcase for the day. This is a tattoo of a spirit tree that someone posted over in the Behemoth Discord. I love me a little Runescape tattoo. This one is beautifully done. Good choice. And finally, a small shout out if you guys want to learn solo raids. My boy Sync just uploaded a new solo raids guide. This thing is 4 hours long. This is basically the Bible of solo raids. He released one many years ago, but this is the updated version. So if you're ever looking into that, I fully recommend checking out Mr. Sync's guide. But that's all we got for the news today, gamers. My name is Tasty Life. Welcome to Behemoth. We got some clips to go over today. We're starting off with Sardako.
Zammy Slammy, please come to my aid.
Check that after.
Yes!
Oh shit, look at his chat.
Make fun of him now! Claim and leave! Let's go!
And after quite a long dry streak, dude, when it rains, it pours.
Oh my god, I got another one. Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? There is no way we're about to greenlog Doom. Guys, if this is the cloth, we're done. Back-to-back treads?
Oh my god.
Are you kidding? Back-to-back treads, dude. There's no way.
Beggar is one of the few Iron Men in the game to have a third age longsword.
All right, tune up.
That guy's never gonna burn up for playing Iron Man. How much he gets spent.
Here we go. Third age. Psych! Get freaking souped, idiots!
World record powerlifter Hebox is doing some Yama.
Good morning, Gaines. How's it going? Okay. I just said that. Maybe 2 out of 3 today, and there's outplayed legs. What? I was not even recording?
And next up, we have Gordon Ramsay with actual clue luck.
What the fuck?
That's unlucky, but also cool at the same time.
My boy LMGD is mid-bite.
Collection log slot completed.
Okay. Thank you very much.
That's like a 400k drop. Why does that get featured?
Yummy, yummy.
And Kerber getting himself a brand new purple.
Okay, I'm fucking unique. Yes, it's been so long. Yes, we'll take some unique, some clouds, please. Finally, shink, 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 shink.
I saw this clip today, which I was so confused. I was like, what the hell is going on? I'm gonna show it first, and then I'll explain it later.
Okay, wait, that's a crazy PB. Why did I lag though? No. Okay. 33%, I think. It took a while to die there, but yeah. Yeah, that was a new PB though. That's so doable.
So that is basically a custom ultra hard mode for Awakened Vardorvis. I'll put the description up here. You guys can see all the mechanics that come out, but this looks absolutely insane. It was made as a joke. I'm not even sure how allowed this is, but he's streaming it, so, you know. He's been continuing to grind this to see if he can take it out, dude. So if anyone can do it, it's Wydega. Gingerbeardy putting his brand new Fang to good use.
Oh, what the hell? Oh my god. Well, there's the RNG gone forever. What the hell? I just got an overload. Onyx, how rare is that, guys? That's a collection log right there, boys.
And Harry finds a poor guy frozen in the corner, just getting railed in the Rev Caves.
Dude, he had claws and Hallie. That's 97 mil. What the fuck? Nah. What?
B plus Pi just wants some ancestral.
Let's see this. Oh, see, that's cogs. Yeah, I don't want cogs. I don't want fucking cogs.
Remastered solo raids guide. The solo raids meta has changed a lot, and I've decided it's finally time to make a new guide. This will be a pretty long video, but I'll do my best to keep it short and simple. Timestamps will be linked in the description of the video for different rules and methods. I'll try to separate which methods are easier and others that are more advanced. If you have any questions, please comment down below. You can also try contacting me on Twitter, Discord, or while I'm streaming on Twitch. This video has taken me literally over 1,000 hours to create, so a like on the video, subscribing, or following me on Twitch would be greatly appreciated. Welcome to the Remastered Solo Raids Guide. For solo raids, I recommend base 90 combat stats and at least 70 prayer. This will give you access to Piety, Deadeye,
There's already
and
like
Mystic
10
Vigor.
solo guys though.
77 prayer is also great for Rigor and Augury if you want to take it a step further. These raids scale to your combat level, which increases points and difficulty. The optimal level
there's already so many cogs guys on the like
115.
Holy shit.
You can talk to Captain Rimmer outside
so many
to remove
fucking
the scaling
views.
completely. This increases the amount of points and difficulty, and the raid will now be scaled to a level
Where are the
126.
fucking these guys
Whether you
commenting?
choose to
Holy
remove the scaling
shit.
is entirely up to you. By default, you were given a private chest that can hold up to 25 items. I strongly
What the
recommend
fuck?
30
Dude, talk
construction
about
for
an easy
beginners
life.
to build the
Holy.
lowest level chest. An experienced
There's
player
all the
can do
top
solos
creators
with
from
just the private
commenting
chest,
on his
but I
fucking.
still recommend level 30
Holy
for beginners.
shit.
The minimum herbal requirement I recommend is
Yeah,
level
there's already
78.
some. No Monkey made a video about this. I don't know why he's commenting on it. Huh. Fuck, I wish my life was that easy. Fuck. Damn. Wow. Holy, man. Talk about easy mode. Is everyone fucking commenting on this video, dude? Holy. Oof. Lucky motherfucker. Gosh, nobody's gonna watch. I'm just gonna put up my feed and watch some fucking yeah, I'm just gonna put up my feed and watch some fucking YouTube. Nobody's gonna come watch me play Runescape today anyways. So fucking later probably. Yeah, no point. Say conspiracy theorize.
A secret government experiment turned animals into spies. A lie about food created a global crisis, and powerful men were caught performing strange rituals in the woods. These stories sound like nonsense. Many people didn't believe them, then the truth came out. Today we're diving into insane conspiracy theories that were true all along. We'll begin with the strange cases and work our way to the most shocking. Our goal, guys, is 2.5 million subscribers by the end of 2026, and it is crazy, so it would mean the world if you subscribe. I will do my very best to put out the best videos I can for you. I'm Visual Venture and you are awesome.
Yeah.
The animal
You
spy
got that right,
conspiracy.
brother.
During the Cold War, the US and Soviet Union spied on each other. That's no secret, but there's one bizarre conspiracy theory from that period. People claimed the CIA tried to turn animals into spies. It sounded crazy, but declassified documents proved it actually happened. In the early 1960s, being a CIA spy meant risking your life. Anyone caught spying in the Soviet Union could be executed. The CIA wanted to spy without putting agents in danger, so they came up with a strange idea. Stop relying on human agents. That was where cats came in. The CIA realized cats could go anywhere without drawing attention. That made them perfect spies. So the agency launched Project Acoustic Kitty. The goal was simple: turn a cat into a walking listening device. Surgeons would implant a microphone, a radio transmitter, and an antenna into the cat's body. The idea was that the cat would move near a target, the mic would capture the conversation, and the transmitter would send the audio to the CIA. On paper, it sounded smart. In real life, it was chaos. Implanting those devices into a living creature was tricky. It took months to figure out. One report said they made a monstrosity. At that point, it was time to train the cat. But a new problem came up. The cat was hard to control. During training, it kept wandering off and chasing birds. It also kept stopping to look for food. Even so, the agency decided the spy cat was ready. It was time for a real mission. In 1967, the CIA released the spy cat near the Soviet embassy in Washington, D.C. Two men were sitting on a nearby park bench. Agents wanted the cat to get close enough to record the conversation. They released the cat. It stepped into the street. Then a taxi hit it. The mission was over before it even began. By then, the agency already spent about $20 million on the project. That's roughly $170 million today. But they decided to quietly shut it down. One memo said the project was not practical. However, the agency didn't give up on the idea of animal spies. Instead, they tried something even stranger. By the early
1 second, Chads.
In the 1970s, CIA engineers came up with a new plan. If real animals were too hard to control, they would build a machine that looked like one. That idea became the insectothopter. It was a tiny drone built to look like a dragonfly. It had a tiny engine that powered the wings. A microphone was hidden in the head, and operators could control it remotely. By 1976, the CIA had a working prototype.
This is the first flight of the insect-sized unmanned aerial vehicle called Insectothopter.
Man.
Flight tests were impressive.
The plan was for it to fly close to a target and record conversations. Once again, it didn't work well in real life. The drone was extremely light. That meant even a small breeze could push it off course. Agents struggled to keep it steady long enough to record anything useful. Eventually, the project was abandoned. The Acoustic Kitty and Insectothopter projects remained classified for decades. People talked about them, but no one could confirm they were real. Then in the early 2000s, the CIA declassified some documents. That was when the truth finally became public. In 2003, the CIA put an Insectothopter prototype on display in its museum. The company in our next chapter secretly did something to millions of their own customers and didn't tell anyone. The Batterygate conspiracy. For years, iPhone users noticed a frustrating pattern. Whenever Apple released a new iPhone, the older models seemed to get slower. Many users believed Apple was doing this on purpose to push them to buy the latest iPhone. People thought this theory was crazy, and if you believed it, you were just paranoid. Then in 2017, something happened, and suddenly you didn't seem so crazy after all. That year, Apple released a software update called iOS 10.2.1. After users installed it, complaints started pouring in. Users with older iPhones said their batteries were acting strangely. A phone might show a 30% battery, then suddenly drop to 1%. Seconds later, the phone would shut down. People complained all over social media. They were confused, frustrated, and demanded answers, but Apple didn't respond. So one man decided to look into it himself. John Poole was a software developer. He noticed that people were complaining about their iPhones. His wife was one of them.
My wife just offhand mentioned that her iPhone 6S felt slow, and the numbers that we got out of it were significantly lower than what I'd expect from a phone like that.
Poole knew enough about phones to analyze the situation.
It was sort of a eureka moment, and that's what prompted me to really take a deep dive into our database of performance data and see what was happening.
He ran performance tests on older iPhones and compared the results to newer ones. What he found was hard to ignore. Older iPhones running newer versions of iOS had lower performance scores, but it was only happening to phones with older batteries. After analyzing everything, he reached one unsettling conclusion. Apple was deliberately slowing down older iPhones. Google published his findings on his blog on December 2017. Millions read it and they were furious. For the first time, the old joke about Apple slowing phones down didn't feel like a joke anymore. Now Apple had to answer for it. Just 2 days after Poole's blog went viral, Apple released
I can see Apple doing something like that, man.
It slows down the performance of older iPhones to reduce power demands.
The company admitted it was slowing down older phones, but it said there was a good reason for it. As iPhones get older, so do their batteries. Older batteries can't handle power the way they used to. If an older battery is pushed too hard, the phone might shut down or crash. To prevent that from happening, Apple added software that reduced the processor speed on older models. But that explanation didn't calm customers down. The problem wasn't just the slowdown. The problem was that Apple kept it hidden. Soon lawsuits began piling up.
So far, 2 lawsuits have been filed in Los Angeles and Illinois, claiming those suing never consented to allow Apple to slow their older iPhones.
Apple was sued in the US, Canada, Israel, and several European countries. Attorneys said Apple acted deceptively by hiding the shutdown and slowdown issues. In 2020, Apple agreed to settle the lawsuits. The company reportedly paid about $500 million. Every iPhone user included in the lawsuit received a little less than $100. But as part of the deal, Apple did not admit to breaking any laws or any other wrongdoing. Today, Apple's more transparent about battery performance. The company also added a new feature that shows battery health. Up next is the story of a product that millions of people bought without knowing it was a death trap. The Ford Pinto conspiracy. The Ford Pinto is remembered as one of the most dangerous cars ever. Even a small crash could make it burst into flames. Many people ended up in the emergency room. The conspiracy theory was that Ford themselves knew the cars were going to explode, but they hid that information and sold it anyway. That was a serious accusation, but the truth was even worse. In the 1960s, the Ford Motor Company was in trouble. Other car companies were selling smaller, cheaper vehicles, and Ford needed something that could compete. So the CEO told engineers to build a car that was cheap, small, and fuel efficient. Those targets were difficult but not impossible. The real problem was time. Designing a new car normally took 43 months. Ford engineers were given only 25. That deadline forced them to rush the design process. The result was the Ford Pinto. Eventually, it was time for crash testing, which is standard for any new car. Engineers wanted to see what would happen if the Pinto crashed. When the Pinto was hit from behind, the gas tank ruptured. Fuel spilled, sparks flew, and then boom, the Pinto burst into flames. Ford crash tested the car over 40 times. The same problem occurred. When the Pinto was rear-ended, the car caught fire. The problem came from the car's design. Engineers placed the gas tank right behind the rear bumper. Despite the obvious danger, Ford moved ahead with production. Thousands of Pintos were built and sold. It was an instant hit.
When I bought my Pinto, I figured it was a good value, but I didn't know how good until my dad started borrowing it. So I ended up buying my own.
Then I bought one, and I bought one,
and I bought one.
Millions of Americans bought one. They had no idea they were getting into a death trap. Not long after the Pinto hit the road, the disasters began. Drivers reported the same terrifying pattern. Another car would hit them from behind. Then the Pinto would burst into flames. It happened again and again. Too often to be a coincidence. Some victims began to ask, did Ford already know this could happen? Ford said there was no problem. The Pinto met all safety standards. Even so, some victims filed lawsuits. Those cases went to trial in the mid-1970s, and the Pinto case became a national story. As the trial got more attention, one reporter decided to dig deeper. He got access to Ford's internal company records. What he found was alarming. The document showed that Ford engineers already knew the car could explode, but that wasn't the worst part. Once the accidents began, Ford had another chance to act. The company thought about recalling every Pinto and fixing the issue, but executives felt it would be too expensive. Recalling and fixing every every pinto would cost $137 million. They estimated that settling victims' lawsuits would cost about $50 million. So the company decided it was cheaper to let people get hurt. In September 1977, the reporter went public with his findings. His article was titled Pinto Madness. TV networks, newspapers picked up the story. Now the conspiracy theory no longer sounded crazy. Ford knew the car was dangerous and sold it anyway. In total, 117 families sued Ford over the Pinto. The company paid more than $100 million to settle the cases. In June 1978, Ford finally recalled 1.5 million Ford Pintos. Engineers made the necessary changes to prevent explosions. No one knows exactly how many people passed away in Pinto fires. Some estimates put the number in the hundreds. Others say
let's put the gas tank in the back beside the back bumper.
It was far
instead
too
of
many.
fucking
Up
underneath
next
the car.
is the story of an industry that quietly rewrote the rules of nutrition, and millions of people pay the price. The Big Sugar Conspiracy. For years, doctors said eating fatty foods caused heart disease, but some scientists believed the wrong food was getting blamed. To them, sugar was the real danger. As they dug deeper, they uncovered a dark conspiracy to bury the truth. It involved bribes, intimidation, and even fake research. In the late 1950s, thousands of Americans were passing away from heart attacks. Doctors and researchers were trying to figure out why. In 1965, a nutritionist suggested that too much sugar might be the reason.
He started to wonder late in the 1950s whether sugar might be a culprit in the increase in heart disease.
The sugar industry was alarmed by that theory. Americans were consuming more sugar than ever before. It was in soft drinks, candy, and desserts. If the public blamed sugar for heart disease, the industry could lose billions. To protect their business, they needed to shift the blame, and they knew exactly how to do it. There was a group called the Sugar Research Foundation. It was dedicated to the scientific study of sugar's role in food. On the surface, the group looked neutral and trustworthy, but behind the scenes, it was run by people who made money selling sugar. They wanted people to keep eating sugar even if it was harming their health. So in July 1965, the Sugar Research Foundation contacted a researcher at Harvard University. They asked him to write a study on the cause of heart disease, but there was a catch. The paper needed to downplay the dangers of sugar and shift the blame to fatty foods. The foundation paid the researcher tens of thousands of dollars. Back then, scientists didn't have to reveal who funded their work, so the public never knew about the deal. In 1967, the Harvard researcher published his paper. It said that cutting fat out of your diet was the best way to avoid heart disease. And because the study came from Harvard, people trusted it. Almost no one knew that the sugar industry paid for this study. Sugar executives were thrilled. One of them even wrote to the researcher, "Let me assure you, this is quite what we had in mind." Over time, the idea that fatty foods alone caused heart disease became widely accepted. A few years later, the US government released dietary guidelines. It told Americans to cut back on saturated fat, especially red meat. Many people followed that advice without cutting sugar. Many Americans switched to low-fat products. Food companies advertised low-fat yogurt, snacks, and dessert.
Who would do it right? Hard to believe it's got less fat.
But many of these low-fat foods had extra sugar for flavor, so people ended up consuming even more sugar than before. Over time, the health problems worsened. That confused a lot of doctors. Some scientists questioned the old research on fat and sugar, but there was still no proof that the study was manipulated. It took nearly 50 years for the truth to come out. In 2009, a researcher was studying the history of nutrition science. Her name was Kristen Kearns. While going through Harvard records, she found letters between Harvard researchers and the Sugar Research Foundation.
The first folder that I pulled out opened up to a memo, the blue letterhead of the Sugar Association, and it had the word confidential.
Those letters proved that the sugar industry funded the research and probably influenced the results. In September 2016, Kearns published what she found. It shocked the world.
New this morning, Bay Area researchers are accusing the sugar industry of some unsavory behavior. Believe me, I've been reading this for the past couple of days like, oh my God.
What did you think? We shaped our notion of healthy diets for decades on this. Don't ever eat fat, sugar, no problem.
By then, the researchers who wrote the paper were no longer alive, but the Sugar Research Foundation still existed. It now went by a new name, SUNE, the Sugar Association. When people confronted the group, it denied doing anything wrong. It admitted it funded the research, but insisted it didn't influence the results. Even so, it was too late to undo the damage. For decades, people ate foods packed with sugar, and many paid the price with their health. That was a lie that lasted 50 years, all because the sugar industry wanted to protect their profits. This next chapter is about a secret military operation so unbelievable, the government denied it ever happened. The weather control conspiracy. Have you ever heard anyone say that the government can control the weather? It
No,
sounds
they're
like the
always
kind of thing
fucking
only
wrong. They can't
paranoid
control
people would
shit.
believe, but that idea didn't come from nowhere. In the
Being a weatherman
1960s,
is
the United
probably
States
the
was fighting in
probably the
Vietnam.
easier
The
job,
war
easier
wasn't
than being a
going well.
crossing
One
guard.
major problem was the Vietnamese
A lot
army
less risky
supply
than being a
network.
crossing
The
guard.
soldiers had secret roads running through the jungle. They used these routes to move food, weapons, and troops. As long as supply routes stayed open, it was much harder
Isn't
for
it
the
just a
US to
random
win.
number
The US
generator they
wanted
use
to
every
shut
day?
them down, but there were too many hidden roads to find and block. Then the military noticed something. Whenever heavy rain fell, the roads turned into mud. Trucks got stuck and people struggled to move through it. That made moving supplies much harder for Vietnamese forces. That gave the US an idea. If they could make it rain all the time, the enemy would have a much harder time moving supplies through the jungle. Controlling the weather sounded like science fiction, but the government had a reason to believe it was possible. Years earlier, a chemist named Vincent Schaefer ran some weather experiments. Schaefer flew over New York and dropped 3 pounds of dry ice into a cloud. Within minutes, the cloud began producing snow. He called it cloud seeding, and it proved that humans might be able to influence the weather. During the Vietnam War, the military decided to try it. It was called Operation Popeye.
The goal of Operation Popeye was to extend the monsoon season and create an inordinate amount of rainfall by seeding clouds.
Air Force planes were loaded with canisters of silver iodide. The planes flew into storm clouds and released them. The silver iodide triggered more rainfall. The extra rain turned roads into mud. Some paths even flooded. Moving supplies became much harder for Vietnamese forces. The mission was a success. For 5 years, the US military kept doing it.
They flew over 2,600 missions from a period of 1966 to 1972.
And they kept the operation top secret. But secrets like that don't stay hidden forever. In March 1971, a reporter of the Washington Post exposed the operation. He revealed how the military was using the weather as a weapon of war. The public was shocked. Lawmakers were angry that they were never informed. The defense secretary was called before Congress to explain himself, but he denied everything. He called the claims wild tales. That denial only made things worse because reporters kept digging. In July 1972, another reporter published a story in the New York Times. It was titled "Rainmaking is Used as Weapon by US." This time, the evidence was much stronger. The reporter had spoken with people involved in the operation. Now the story was no longer just a rumor. The defense secretary and military officials were summoned to a secret Senate hearing. They were asked about the project again, and they finally admitted the truth. That raised a disturbing question. If one country could use weather as a weapon, what would happen if other countries did the same? It could destabilize the climate, disrupt food supply, and create other serious problems. World leaders didn't want that to happen. So by 1977, world leaders signed an agreement banning the use of weather as a weapon. Today, over 70 countries have signed that treaty. As far as we know, no country has weaponized the weather since. However, cloud seeding never stopped. It's still used for farming and weather-related needs. So the weather control conspiracy theory turned out to be true. The leader in our next chapter believed the government was his enemy, so he decided to destroy it from the inside. The Scientology conspiracy. The Church of Scientology has been accused of many things, including being a cult, but one claim stood out from the rest. People said the church was doing illegal things to silence its enemies and manipulate the government. So were these conspiracy theories true? But to understand why millions of people believe this church is dangerous, we have to go back to where it all started. The Church of Scientology began in 1953. It was founded by a science fiction writer named L. Ron Hubbard. It said Scientology was a religion that could help people unlock their full potential.
Read Scientology, The Fundamentals of Thought by L. Ron Hubbard. Your search is over, but the adventure's just begun.
That message attracted thousands of followers, but as Scientology grew, so did the controversy around it. Former members accused the church of extortion and harassment. By the mid-1960s, the complaints were too many to ignore. The US government started investigating Scientology's internal practices, and what they found was troubling. Large amounts of church money were going straight to the founder, Hubbard. He was running it less like a religion and more like a business. So the government revoked Scientology's tax-exempt status. Other countries went even further.
The state of Victoria in Australia has passed a law making it a criminal offense for anyone to demand or receive payment for the pseudo-medical practice of Scientology.
Hubbard was furious. He believed the government was targeting him unfairly. He gave interviews defending Scientology.
Why do they just fight it and say there's something bad, but they never specify what's bad? They haven't specified. For instance, right now they say we're breaking up marriages. What? That's a lie.
But instead of fighting back in court, Hubbard came up with a much darker plan. He would attack the government from within. In 1973, Hubbard launched Operation Snow White. The mission was simple. Scientology wanted to infiltrate government offices and erase every damaging file about the church. To do that, Hubbard created a network of spies. They made Scientology members apply for jobs in government agencies. They targeted places like the IRS and the Department of Justice. Once they got hired, the spies searched for files on Scientology. Then they stole those files or destroyed them. Sometimes they swapped real records with fake ones that made the church look harmless. The operation was led by Hubbard's wife, Mary Sue. She trained Scientologists to become spies. They learned how to forge IDs and manipulate people. For 5 years, the plan worked. Scientology infiltrated 136 government agencies in 30 countries. But the church was not just stealing files. They were also going after anyone who criticized them. Hubbard kept a list of the church's enemies. Paulette Cooper was at the top of that list. In 1972, she published a book titled The Scandal of Scientology. It was one of the first books to openly criticize the church. Scientology church leaders hated her for it, so they decided to ruin her life.
They sued me 19 times all over the world, put me through 50 days of depositions. They sent a lot of horrible anonymous smear letters about me.
Then they decided to frame her for a crime.
They stole my stationery. They got my fingerprint on a piece of paper. And then they sent bomb threats to themselves.
Scientologists got a paper with Paulette's fingerprints. Then they used that paper to send device threats to their own church. After that, they reported the threats to the FBI themselves. To investigators, it looked like she was guilty. Paulette was arrested and charged. If convicted, she could spend years behind bars. The Scientologists were celebrating. However, their entire operation was about to fall apart. In May 1976, 2 Scientology spies broke into a courthouse in Washington, D.C. They were trying to steal more documents, but the plan failed. A security guard caught them using forged IDs. Federal agents traced those fake IDs back to Scientology. So in July 1977, FBI agents raided Scientology offices. They seized about 100,000 stolen government documents. They also uncovered files that exposed Operation Snow White. Those files showed that Scientology framed Paulette Cooper too.
They found something that said along the line of conspired to frame Miss Lovely, which was the code name that Hubbard gave to me.
11 high-ranking Scientology officials were convicted. Among them was Mary Sue, the wife of L. Ron Hubbard. She was sentenced to 5 years behind bars. But one key figure avoided charges, L. Ron Hubbard himself. Investigators believed he directed the operation, but they could never prove it in court. After the convictions, Hubbard disappeared from public life. He spent the rest of his life paranoid and in hiding. Scientology still exists today, and it is still powerful. Its members include celebrities, lawmakers, and wealthy CEOs. Who knows how much more powerful it could have become if its spies stayed inside the government. This next chapter is about a secret club that most powerful people in the world don't want you to know about. The Secret Society Conspiracy. You've probably heard the theory that a secret group of rich and powerful men control the world, that they meet in private to decide wars, pick presidents, and shape major events. Most people brushed off this conspiracy theory as nonsense, but it turns out there's some truth to it. There's a forest in Northern California where powerful men really do meet in secret. Those men are members of the Bohemian Club. The club was formed in 1872 in San Francisco. At first, it was just a few dozen men talking about art, but over time, the club began to change. Businessmen, lawyers, and politicians joined. Within a few decades, the Bohemian Club was no longer mainly about creativity. It was about power. In the 1890s, the club built a private camp deep in the California redwoods. They called it Bohemian Grove. Every summer, members traveled there for a 2-week retreat. As the years passed, the guest list became more impressive. Multiple US presidents attended, but as the Grove got more powerful, it also became more exclusive and secretive.
You don't ask to join, they ask you. The whole thing is about excluding certain people, and other people get to go to this a fancy retreat.
No one was allowed to take photographs. Journalists were banned from entering. Members followed one strict rule. What happened at Bohemian Grove stayed at Bohemian Grove. Naturally, this made people suspicious. What were these powerful men doing in secret? For decades, no one on the outside really knew. Then one journalist managed to get in. In July 1989, a journalist named Philip Weiss got inside Bohemian Grove. He planned to sneak in, but when he got there, security was much lighter than he expected, so he pretended to be a guest and stayed for 7 days. Weiss saw celebrities, politicians, and business executives. He heard discussions about major issues. It all seemed impressive. But on the first night, things went from impressive to bizarre. After dark, men in dark robes walked in a slow procession. They carried a coffin. Then they placed it in front of the statue of an owl. The statue was 40 feet tall. Then they set the coffin on fire. The ceremony was called the cremation of care. Inside the coffin was a figure meant to represent the worries of everyday life. Burning it symbolized letting those worries go. When he got back to New York, Weiss wrote about what he saw. His article was published in Spy magazine, and it caused a sensation. For the first time, the public got a glimpse inside Bohemian Grove. The idea that world leaders were performing rituals in the woods sounded unbelievable, but it was happening. Bohemian Grove still operates today. Every summer, members gather in the forest. Cameras are still banned. Journalists aren't allowed to enter. And the same rule still applies. What happens at Bohemian Grove stays at Bohemian Grove. So was the conspiracy theory true? What we know for sure is that they really do meet at Bohemian Grove. What they discuss, however, remains a mystery. Are they deciding the fate of the world or just spending time with...
That's an RPG called Transmog.
The true endgame of MMORPGs is fashion. You've heard that quote a lot, I bet. Wherever there's character customization, there will be fashion. World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XIV, Guild Wars 2, Star Wars The Old Republic, Elder Scrolls Online, many more probably, even RuneScape 3. Those games, they allow you to participate in transmogrification. Players can show themselves in whatever outfit they want, regardless of what they have equipped. The best gear doesn't always mean the best looking gear. Thanks to transmog systems, you can essentially put an illusion spell on yourself, showing everyone else a version of you that's a shameless lie. Wearing your best in slot or your high-level gear while still looking exactly the way that you'd like to.
It's gold show.
I bet you she doesn't even look like that. She's probably not even actually wearing that skimpy one piece. Probably decked out head to toe in some real masculine armor. However, in this here world of Gielinor, the old school Gielinor, it's never existed here, and it never will. In old school RuneScape, the endgame is also fashion, but it takes it to a whole new level. If you see somebody wearing something, that's exactly what he's wearing. And as sensical as that sentence sounds, that's actually an extremely rare thing in MMORPGs. In fact, this might be the last actively played MMO where transmog does not exist. In old school, if you want to look a certain way, you've got to commit to it. Long term, this is one of the greatest things about old school RuneScape that allows it to separate itself from the other big dogs. I think we look at old school RuneScape, why it doesn't have transmog, and what it's done for the game long term, because I think it has a lot more of an effect than you might think. But I can't focus on literally anything because I'm a hungry little guy. Yeah, I did have a chef make me my dinner tonight. Not at my house. They made it somewhere else and then shipped it to my house, but it was a chef.
Can't cook for yourself, dog? Shit, come on, man.
There's a dilemma that's as old as time, as long as time is around.
Yeah, I had a chef cook for me.
And that is that low-level gear might just look better than high-level gear. And this is a dilemma because wearing low-level gear while participating in high-level content, especially if there's other players involved, is a dumb and inconsiderate thing to do. But in 2011, Blizzard introduced players to the transmog system, letting players finally choose what they look like at all times, no matter what they have equipped, no matter what they're doing in the game. Now they can transmog their current helmet that looks like disgusting ass and make it look like the old one that they love. That's amazing. That's an awesome thing. I didn't play in 2011, but I can only imagine that players were through the roof about this.
I want to do this, but I don't know on who.
Awesome sauce.
Wow, that's cool.
Coolness. I can't do transform or whatever on any of my guys, so I'm pretty upset, but still cool. How do you even use this? What this is saying makes no sense to me.
Will you guys help me ever?
And just like most things that Blizzard were doing in the early 2010s, Every other game copied them in some kind of way. Wait for Blizzard to do that cool thing and then create their own version of it. I mean, even right now, if you log onto retail and just run around some busy areas and you inspect any of the players you see, 90% of the time, you're gonna see that little purple text pop up saying, you know, the transmog, what you're seeing versus what they're actually wearing. Everyone's got transmog. There's even a mount in the game that lets you transmog your character at a moment's notice just by riding your mount suddenly. The transmog system is very loved by players. I know for a fact that there are a big handful of players that wouldn't even play the game if there was no transmog system. That's how much the RP part of the game means to them. During my short time playing retail, I remember competing in some kind of like dress to impress fashion show where they gave you a theme and you had to put together some outfit really fast in the transmog thing and then go on stage while everyone voted. Blizzard made that. They put it in. I haven't personally played Final Fantasy XIV yet, but I know they've got the glamour system, which is transmog. And with how gigantic their social scene is, I guarantee that this system is used basically by every player. Up until recently, in RuneScape 3, which is the retail of RuneScape, you would have to examine a player to see if that was the gear they're actually wearing, which it probably wasn't, because cosmetic overrides in that game, they took over. And they still have their cosmetic transmog system, but now they've added a toggle so that you can choose to display players' transmog or not, which is amazing. Now you'll no longer see all the hideous outfits that players paid to be able to wear. But old school RuneScape is transmogless, as we say. That's the word we use. You would think that fashion really doesn't take a high priority for the game, that players are going to be more focused on the gear that they need to be wearing for, you know, the raids and the high-level PVM. But unlike other MMOs, playing the game does not mean that you're engaging in combat. You're doing some fishing or some wood cutting. You're making runes. You're mining things. You're driving a boat around. With so much of the game being skilling, players will probably find themselves at some point going to the bank, seeing what they have, and taking the time to create the perfect outfit. The outfit that will embody their character, that will display them to everyone else exactly the way they want to be seen. They'll never have to question whether or not a player is wearing exactly what you're looking at, which creates the most authentic MMORPG world you could possibly be a part of. RuneScape players have always valued fashion. In 2004, you could do treasure trails or clue scrolls to get trimmed versions of armor, or god versions of armor, which are just trims with the god symbol. People would pay millions of gold, which was insane, by the way, back then.
Yeah,
These armors
I remember
had
when
no
full sale was like
bonus to the
3.2
normal
mil.
rune armor. They were just trimmed.
Back
They
before
were
that, it
so
wasn't just the head
sought
that
after
cost
that
the
it
most.
seems like
Each
half the
piece
world's
cost a lot.
population got scammed thinking that somebody could trim armor for them, which, for the record, I never fell for that. I fell for 6 other ones. Not that one, though. I'm smart. Which reminds me, if you think you're smart, go ahead and like the video. If you don't think you're smart, then pretend you are for a second and also like the video. You liking the video is me being more happy and you being more smart. So what's there to lose? Before the days of Discord, MMORPGs often served as people's social hub. There was a lot more standing around and a lot more typing to others. And if you're doing a lot of standing around, you want to look good. So back then, players were purchasing things like flared trousers so that they can just suddenly break out in a dance. Or maybe they pulled out a black cavalier, put that on their head so they can show all the girls, the very real girls, how rich they were and how much they knew about the world. And those items, they don't give you any stats. They don't benefit your account in literally any other way except you look good if you think that looks good, which everyone did. If you strolled into combat wearing that stuff, it would be like you were wearing nothing, because that's what it was. It was cloth, just clothes. But people paid millions and millions of coins to have that stuff in their bank just in case a special occasion called for them wearing it, because those items made them look so good. But let's fast forward to old school RuneScape. We've had a few years to grow up. We start seeing the world a little differently. We still care what gear looks like, but we're more so caring about what they can do for us. The way we valued items was different now, because, you know, we realized that those hot girl characters, you know, they were actually much more interested in how good we were at the game. So flared trousers and elegant tops, they just weren't doing it for us anymore. We didn't prioritize. On December 5th, 2013, old school RuneScape received an update that changed everything forever. Graceful. By doing agility and earning marks of grace during your laps, you could get this set, you get a 30% increase to your run energy regeneration. And in the early days of old school, that was the greatest thing that anyone had ever heard ever. Because run energy, which, don't get me wrong, still sucks, was way worse. By doing about a dozen or so hours of agility, you could be 30% less annoyed forever. Which is an amazing deal. Everyone should take that, and everyone did take it. The hood and mask combo, it's the safest bet to make something look cool. So aesthetically and mechanically, this was great. This was a good idea. However, the introduction of Graceful changed everybody into the exact same character. Every skilling activity, because its passive was amazing, and every hangout spot, because it looked pretty cool. Since there's no transmog in old school, it was just Graceful. Everywhere. At all times. Wearing full Graceful was like the default Fortnite skin. There were more people looking like this than there were looking like that. That has always been what people think of when they think of generic RuneScape character. Not anymore. 13 years later, they're still all over the place. This guy, not so much. The bots, they realized that they can click more buttons on the start screen. It just lowered the game saturation. The vibrance just all the way down. No one had any individuality anymore. It was a hood and a mask, so you couldn't tell what anyone's faces looked like. I actually banned the standard Graceful outfit from Gary's party when we threw that. People showing up to Gary's house in their full Graceful, the most default thing, the default skin. They showed up with their default Fortnite skin of Graceful, doing the same dance, the same default dance. We're gonna let that play. We're gonna let that play one more time, actually, because 8sat hated making it. I made him make that. Gave him money, don't worry. He really did not like the process of making that. It was worth it though. It got its screen time. We'll play it again. But in 2016, there was finally a way to recolor your Graceful. Hey, even if 5 people did it, that's a great update to have. Anything to get one less person wearing the standard default Graceful. In a game with no transmog, if the devs are creating a very useful item, they have to look really good, because in the era of old school RuneScape where people are caring a lot more about efficiency, they're gonna prioritize the usefulness of an item over the way it looks. But that doesn't mean they don't care about the way it looks. In contrast to this, in a game like World of Warcraft, if Blizzard puts out an expansion, there'll probably be some cool items introduced with new expansions, but chances are players are just gonna wanna use their transmog, their character, their outfit that they've created. So whatever new items that they get, they're just gonna override them anyway. So the devs, I'm sure they do try and make items look good if they're a brand new design, but there's not this big pressure knowing that if a player's gonna use that and wear it, that's exactly what they're gonna look like. Devs don't have to put that much weight into what they're designing. Not having any sort of transmog in this game puts a bigger pressure to make that endgame, the endgame gear, look better, because the endgame is fashion, which takes on a whole new meaning in old school. Players want to wear an item that shows how good they are, how much they've been through, what their journey has been like. I think the endgame items that we have, they are pretty fashionable. They look good. If you go around to areas in the game, like the Grand Exchange where there's nothing happening, you'll see people standing around in the best in slot gear because they like the way it looks. And when players finally do get that endgame gear, they finally equip it, and they get to show everyone else what they're wearing, they are making a statement. A lot of the gear in this game has a story attached to it, a real indicator of personal achievement. If you see a player wearing this cape here, you know a lot of things about them immediately. At some point, this character here survived 63 waves of Tazar monsters, understood the basics of in-game movement and safe spotting, and proved that they are mechanically competent enough to change their prayers based off a visual or sound cue under a pretty high pressure situation. Now, I don't know if this guy's big brother got it for him. You could just endlessly accuse everyone of that if you want to. But no matter who was playing the account, at some point in time, this character here went through the entirety of the fight caves and achieved something. with no help from another character. Wearing a rune plate body, they've killed a green dragon, a big one. Holding a dragon scimitar, they went through Monkey Madness 1 and navigated through one of the scariest places in the game, I think. Infernal Cape, you died 100 times over and over again until you finally beat the big-ass guy, the huge guy. The same deal for the quiver with the Colosseum. A helm of Neatsnot, a lunar staff, an adopted monkey that's on your back, a myth cape. Players are subconsciously giving value to different items based off what they've done themselves, the personal achievements that they've achieved. This sounds pretty self-explanatory, but let's look at that other MMO where people might want certain items a lot. In World of Warcraft, especially Classic, there are some very, very sought-after items. They mean something to people. Let's take Thunder Fury, for example. I know a lot of people know what that sword is. If a player sees another player holding a Thunder Fury in Classic, they might look at them with envy and jealousy. And if we're making stuff up, happy for them. Do raids again and again to get a 3 to 4% chance drop rate many times, and do the most tedious sounding forging process I've ever seen in my life. Go get another 39 people and kill that raid boss, and then you can have the sword. And that is a really cool item to finally get. But there is a possibility the people around you carried your ass through every step of the process. Though extremely awesome and very iconic, no one's really seeing a Thunder Fury and thinking, that guy is fucking amazing at this game. That guy must be way better than me. Let me put it this way. There are some people out there that do not have their keybinds set, that click every ability, that are proud owners of a Thunder Fury, okay? It is not an indicator of how good a player is. Classic doesn't have any of that, but retail kind of does. Apparently there's things like titles like PvP rank 1, which doesn't actually mean rank 1, but you're like up there. You're in like the top percentage, but don't tell anyone that. It doesn't sound as cool then. Cutting edge title, M plus hero. I'm assuming that means mythic plus hero. I could be wrong. I don't know. But even then, they're not completely telling of a player's personal skill, because others are involved in getting them. It's more of a group achievement. The people around you, including yourself, know what they're doing. I could be wrong. Again, not a retail guy. I'm sure there's some cases to be made. In my Classic WoW experience, there was one item that felt like a RuneScape achievement, the Whirlwind Axe. If you obtain the Whirlwind Axe at level 30, which is the minimum level that you can start the quest and get it, it's a really cool accomplishment. I got the Whirlwind Axe at level 30 on my OnlyFans character, which I am making that video this year. Don't worry, keep begging for it. It's working. And getting it was awesome. It felt amazing. But seeing a level 30 with a Whirlwind Axe, people aren't automatically assuming that that person jumped back and forth in a river for 15-20 minutes to get that axe, because that's not a requirement. You do not have to solo anything in that quest line to get that axe. No one's looking at a level 30 with a Whirlwind Axe thinking, that guy there, he soloed the Cyclonian. They're looking at that level 30 with the Whirlwind Axe thinking, that guy there has a level 60 friend that killed the Cyclonian, which is probably exactly what happened. On the RuneScape side of things, you could argue that all the characters that you see with these big items, you know, it's the same deal. They didn't earn those items. They didn't earn that Torva or that Scythe. You know, maybe their mom gave them a bunch of Christmas money, they got bonds, and they bought it. Which, you're right, that's absolutely true sometimes. Yes, 100%. Except, these exist. Ornament kits. The aesthetics that are built to dunk on the haters. That is why those exist. Use them on the endgame gear to turn them into different versions with, you know, a kind of trim or a slightly different look to them. And certain ornament kits, like this one, making the blood Torva, as we call it, you can't buy that. No, you silly little guy. If you want your Torva that your mother bought you for Christmas, if you want it looking like that, you've got some difficult challenges to get through, and they cannot be cheesed, and you have to do them on your own. For Blood Torva, you've got to defeat every single Desert Treasure 2 boss in their awakened form, which is not easy. If you want your Fang looking like this, you've got to complete a TOA at a 500 plus invocation with no deaths in your party, which is hard. Radiant Oath Plate, which I think is the coolest armor in the game personally. To get that, you got to do the Yama contracts, which are unsportsmanlike, we'll call it. But it looks really nice, so it's probably worth doing. And of course, the cosmetic of all cosmetics. The hardest item to achieve in old school RuneScape by a long shot. An item that takes the game's greatest players years to achieve. The Zuck Helm. I haven't played all MMORPGs, but I'm willing to put a little money on it that this is probably the hardest item to achieve in any MMORPG you could play. I am not exaggerating. It's probably really difficult to explain why to players that aren't familiar with old school, but dude, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I've been wrong once, maybe even twice before, but I'm probably not. Look, if you see a guy, or girl, it's a guy. If you see a guy wearing this, don't go up to him and talk to him. They probably do not want to be your friend. They've been through a lot. All of their happy was absorbed by the process of getting that helmet. They've lost a piece of themselves. I mean, look at this one. Even his pet's puffing his chest out, dude. Don't mess with that guy. They all have difficult challenges behind them that take real mechanical knowledge, a lot of determination. There is a way to make every item you get some form of indicator of your skill by talking to this gentleman right here on Tutorial Island and telling him you'd like to play the game single player. Let's take a look at this guy here, okay? He's got bandos, chest plate, tassets. He's got the nay it's not face guard. He's got his prims, a rapier. He's got a torture amulet. He's looking nice. On the surface, when we look at this guy, we can assume, okay, he's got 75 defense. He's got 75 hit points. He's done Fremennik Exiles, and he probably paid around 120, 130 mil for that gear. But if we suddenly figure out that he's got this symbol next to his name, that changes a lot, because now we know he's got at least 91 Slayer to kill Cerberus for those boots. He's got 93 magic. He's done Monkey Madness 2 to make that torture. He has killed General
It's crazy that Cerberus is that high, the fucking...
maybe even thousands, if you're not
no way, is it?
To get that chest plate and tassets. And we know he's done Theater of Blood with another group enough times to earn that drop himself.
Wow,
and he also got a
91 it is.
1,000 drop.
Like 30k per kill though.
Symbol here, suddenly we know that this guy, he's been through some shit. Playing Iron Man will automatically confirm to everybody else that every piece of gear that you've got on, every weapon you're holding, it was all earned through your own blood, sweat, and baby tears. A lot of baby tears. Iron Man sweat and cry a lot. That's we all know that. Comes with the game mode. No transmog. There's something about it that just makes the game world feel so much more alive. When you're running around an MMO that has transmog, you've got to inspect every player you see if you want to see what they're actually wearing. When I'm standing in World of Warcraft and I look around, you know,
It's a duel in Goldshire.
all I see is a bunch of frauds. I don't know who's telling the truth. They're all disguising
To be a
themselves
dueler.
as someone they're not. I'm sure that's what everyone's thinking. This paranoid, crazy thought. There's just something about it that takes the
I was chill over
authenticity
there.
out of the game.
Duel people. Right on the road there, duel people. Yeah. Hide behind him on the road and just duel people by those fences.
And this can go a couple
Because you can just
different
right-click
directions, 'cause
somebody
I
and
remember
duel
a
them,
few years
challenge them to
ago,
a duel.
when me and Framed were trying out RuneScape 3 together, we were trying to seduce this guy into giving our girl characters money. Because he looked really powerful and rich, and we were doing the right thing. But I inspected this crazy looking guy, this overlord of power and destruction. He's wearing rune armor. He wasn't rich or powerful, but since he spent real life money on these big man coins, he could disguise himself as a powerful and rich guy, which isn't right to do. You shouldn't act like the character you're not. You don't see us tricking anybody with cosmetic overrides. This is us as we are. Your character's appearance in old school, it requires commitment, true commitment. If you want to do a raid dressed as a free-to-play bunny girl, you've got to go into that raid with free-to-play bunny girl items. That is what you have to wear. In old school, there are no cosmetic override bunny girl outfits carrying the raid. If you see someone wearing that during a raid, that is exactly what they're wearing.
Dead weight for the team.
Series, doing all the end game content as a bunny girl. I'll let you have that for free. I know if the right person starts that series, that'll jumpstart a YouTube career, no doubt. Next week, there's 6 bunny girl raid series. Fashionscape. You know, that's the big word. That's the word that all of this is about. Fashionscape means a lot to people. Like 8sat, for example, he claims that he worked on perfecting his outfit for months. He said, and I quote, "If you want to be fully accurate, it took a lifetime to have the artistic eye to curate an outfit like that. This is him, by the way. This is a lifetime. This is a lifetime. I'm not laughing at him. This is a lifetime of work. Now, on the client side of things, there are RuneLite plugins like Fashionscape where you can make your character look any way you want, but only you're gonna see it. And then you've got like the Glamour plugin where you can change.
You circle it, shades?
The color of literally anything. No one's gonna see it, just you. It's for your own satisfaction. It's not like I don't understand the art of transmog, the importance of it to players. Half of MMORPG is in fact RPG, especially in like Final Fantasy XIV, because I've heard some stuff about that game. If people design a character, make a character, and they roleplay as that character, they want them to look like that everywhere they go, so people recognize them. If you're coming at it from a completionist standpoint, transmog is just another incentive to have a complete collection log, to get everything. Now that RuneScape 3 has added that toggle to disable other people's cosmetics, it's kind of given that truth back into the game a little bit, which is honestly, it's crazy that this did become a thing, because RuneScape 3, the
players hated
cosmetics have
that.
been such a big
That
part
spent
of the
money.
game for so long. I'm sure that a lot of players are not happy about this.
Yeah.
It's not the biggest deal, I don't think, but players that spent a lot of money over the years on
Yeah,
cosmetics are
aren't
probably
happy
a
at
little
all.
pissed off that people aren't even going to see it anymore. But I think it is very good for the overall health of the game. It makes the world around you feel so real. If they're going into combat, you see what combat gear they're wearing. If they're skilling, you know that that's the items that they went and collected and chose to wear while they're skilling. So even though transmog on a surface level is a nice idea, a lot of players appreciate it, I appreciate old school not having transmog. I think it really does, especially nowadays, separate it from the rest of the MMORPGs. It just adds a sense of authenticity in a genre where everything is so cosmetic and not actually what you're seeing. It's something I'll always appreciate about this game. While I do think there are some long-term implications and some trends that it causes with dev design, I don't think transmog is by any means the end of the world for an MMO. I don't think it's going to destroy a game in theory. Maybe it could if, you know, they go overboard with cash shop stuff. I understand that transmog plays such a big role in the RPG part. I'm sure there's people that don't really want to play RuneScape because they can't transmog. It's not a terrible thing to have in the game. I'm just really appreciative of what not having transmog has done for old school RuneScape in the bigger picture. The wacky gear setups, the commitment to an outfit and a character, whether you're standing around in that outfit or doing a challenge as a free-to-play bunny girl or whatever, the ability to show how good you are at the game just by equipping something. What you see is what you get. That's something that only old school can really offer right now. But I think that's all I've got. Thanks for hanging out. Take it easy.
That was good, Doug. The market's crashed, dude. We got a lot of stuff. These abandoned locations can kill you? Oh man. Hashiyama's Hannes.
Good now, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to MarketScape, the official, unofficial, old school RuneScape market price checkup and analysis. My name is Yamis, aka the Yamis. And if you haven't noticed, the OSRS market is crashing harder than a drug addict looking for their new fix. We've got a lot of stuff to go over, but before any of that, like, comment, subscribe, come check out the streams on Twitch and Kick. The links will be in the description. And let's get right into it. We'll be starting with a melee section, moving on to the range section, and our final combat style will in fact be mage. We'll have a tiny utility food thingy section, and of course, we'll wrap things up with our random item. Let's go! Congrats to Yahweh for winning the 1 million onions and 11 million GP. It's the weekend. It's bond time. Take care of your bonds. Do what you gotta do. But all right, let's get into the first item, the thing that is realistically should be the most protected from crashing. We have the Inquisitor's Mace, and let's just take a look at the price. See, it has actually dropped below the 300 million GP price point. We're just looking at the 7-day tracker here, and as we zoom out for the 30 days, see, basically around the time of the announcement of the Raids 4 reward blog post, it basically just skyrocketed up, mostly because in that blog post, Jagex announced that they're looking towards making a one-handed crush mega rare. So if anything, like with the market just looking like it's just
oh shit, one-handed crush mega
you would think
rare?
that this would be the most protected item, and in the grand scheme of things,
Maybe I'll finally be able to get my speed
just
run
because
for
it's
the
got its
racks over.
crash from the effects from
Get
the
my
leagues,
mini pet.
essentially, it's still pretty close to its yearly high. And basically what's happening is that, like, a whole combination of things, right? Like, obviously the volume is down as well, leading to this price increase. But basically, the leagues are coming out on April 15th, 2026, so like less than 2 weeks from now. The membership price is increased, and we're not really getting anything for the main game in the meantime. We were supposed to be getting the Grandmaster Blood Moon Rises quest, but they postponed that until the summer, and instead we got the sailing combat changes coming now.
That's
So
right.
we're just experiencing kind of like a drought as far
Oh
as
no,
the
we're supposed to
content
get that in
is
summer.
concerned in the main game. That's okay though. So
Where were we?
it is not the end of the world.
No, we're supposed to get
People
leagues
will
then
be
Blood
thinking,
Moon.
oh, I need to be selling it off. But realistically, people think about this the wrong way. Now is a great time to be buying. Realistically, from now for the next month, I'd say would be a good time, an especially good time to be buying items while they're essentially on sale. But all right,
Well,
next,
everyone's away doing
we have
league, I
the
guess.
Scythe of Vitur.
Yeah.
Basically, all 3 of the mega rares are going to be featured because we gotta
Yeah,
look
Shadow
at how
Crash.
things are going. In this 1-day tracker here, before we even zoom out, we can see it was up as high as 1.49 bill. Now down to
Damn,
this
868.
1.46 bill. Losing about
Shadow
30
Crash
mil
as soon as I get it, Doug.
in a few hours, realistically.
Holy.
And over the course of the 7 days,
868 now.
it was up as high as 1.54 bill, down a solid 80 million GP in a week. And we can see it
I think it's all the people
holding
getting
pretty
them.
steady around this 1.6 bill mark about a month ago, and has since just been like on a downward descent. Basically, mostly the act and the doing of the leagues. Also, there's a lot of like criticism going out about the scythe, a lot of skepticism, schizo theories and such. Kind of trying to figure out, is the crush style going to be removed? Will the crush style be good in the new raid if it is going to be a crush raid in fact? So, but regardless of all of that, the raid is very far down the line.
Yeah.
But because this is
It's the end
basically
of
our
the year.
best crush weapon in the game,
By
I think that
November.
because we're allegedly getting a crush-based raid, allegedly, that this would be sitting pretty, but in fact, it is not. Yep, basically just getting prepared for the leagues. Big break time going on now. Yep. All right, next we have the Osmumten's Fang, and this will be like our last melee thing, our melee weapon. We look at the 7 days,
18 down.
it's just under
Down
20
from
mil,
20 mil.
and then it hits this resistance
Nice.
point basically at around
Way
18
better than the
million GP,
fucking
currently
Raid Bear.
sitting basically just under 19 mil. As we look at the 30 days, we can see this was around the 25, 26 million GP mark. Honestly, I wasn't keeping track of it. And
Definitely
I did not
worth
know
it.
that it got that high. This is kind of a significant decrease over the course of a month. This is basically the thing that makes stab relevant, which
Yep.
is like just absolutely insane to me how cheap this weapon is.
Compared to
over
the
the course of the
fucking
year, we can see this thing has
Raid Bear.
it rose back up to tie with its yearly high essentially, and then just suffered a devastating crash. And also, In the grand
Vapor's
scheme of
25
things,
mil. Oh,
there's
Vapor
little
was like
fallout
half the
from volume
price
as
now.
well.
That's
But
what it was.
It is what it is. This is basically just the trend of the entire market, which I think points to a greater picture of people saying supply and demand, da 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 da. Yes, that slightly has an effect on it, but the main thing is the FOMO. People fear manipulating the market, being like, oh, if you don't have any friggin' Inquisitor mace, you just can't do the content. And like 99% of encounters are just simply not that. All right, next, while we're on the topic of the Fang and I guess somewhat TOA related stuff, we have the Tumecan Shadow. That's right, our second of the big three.
869.
We can see that this thing is sitting around 869 million GP. Nice. As we zoom out over the 7 days, basically the same trend, an absolute devastating crash. It is the start of the weekend, so there is potential for it to go back up, but it's looking for like the next month or so, things are just going to be continuing to go down. I imagine at least for the 2 weeks into
Oh, well,
the
that
league.
just means Toa. Lots more
So the
people
leagues
be
are gonna
doing
last
Toa.
like 2 months, I'm pretty sure. And I imagine that people are going to be playing the leagues at least for like bare minimum a week, and then probably like a month. If you're in it more than a month, you're probably just a tryhard or just really enjoying the mode. But I think most people will clock out by then.
Yeah.
So solid 2 weeks into the league, or 2 weeks from now, plus 2 weeks into the league, that would be a month. I imagine the market is still going to be going downwards, unless there's like some middle of the week update. But as we zoom out over the 30 days, we can see just huge crash, and then resistance, and huge crash, and resistance, back to the huge crash. See, it was all the way up at this 920 mil. Absolutely crazy. We can see it actually broke back up into this 1 billion GP mark, and then the Winter Summit over here absolutely destroyed the price. Plus, also, they did release that blog post basically confirming that in the future, we are going to have a Tumecan Shadow rework. Whether that means a buff, a nerf, who knows what, but they're saying they're prioritizing the Raids 4 loot. All right, next, our next magic weapon, we have the Eye of Ayak. And honestly, this is what I think needs nerfing, because this, paired with the Confliction Gauntlets, is absolutely insane. But as we look at the 7 days, kind of the same trend, but we can see it's on the 7-day tracker, basically ending where it started. Over the course of the 30 days, this is where we can really see the damage from the market crash taking place. Basically, it was around 69 mil, nice, 70 mil, and it has fallen below the 60 million GP mark. And again, we can't really see truly the yearly tracker because this hasn't been out for a year, but it was as low as 39 mil, and that's an absolute steal for it. If this thing doesn't catch a nerf, even I'd say right now, 60 mil and below, an absolute steal for this thing.
Yep.
But all right, not really much to say there. Our next magic weapon we have is the Nightmare Staff. And as we just quickly zoom out, see, kind of bouncing back and forth, kind of ending where it's starting. You can see the weekend is having its effect already, kind of starting to go up. This is where we can kind of see a little bit of a better picture on the 30-day tracker. See, it was all the way up at this 48 million GP mark, now down into the 40 mil. But tons of crazy stuff going on with this. It's basically, I don't know, it's doing all right for itself, but it got up basically to this 50 million GP mark and has hit a huge resistance from there. Still not entirely sure where you'd be like wanting to use this.
It's a bad location to kill you.
Welcome back to the Papa Beat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on, sit down, because today we're going to be talking about urban exploration. Most people can appreciate the thrill of going on an adventure, but what that means can vary depending on the person. Not everyone wants to go on a simple hike or a beach trip. They prefer to travel to places with a much more rich and fascinating history, like Hobbiton, like Frodo going to Mount Doom. That's an adventure. Would going to an abandoned asylum also be an adventure?
I think so. You never know what's in there. Ghosts.
If you're going on an urban exploration, what do you want there to be?
Ghosts.
Nothing?
I think you just want to be spooked. Like, it's the thought of someone might be here, but you don't want to encounter someone because then that's scary.
Alrighty. Urban exploration, or urbex, is a simple act of venturing out into man-made structures that have since been abandoned, carrying a unique history preserved for people to explore and admire, or to go in and hope someone's there, but having no one there because they don't want to get too spooked. It's not just about what you find, but the risk you take getting to the location itself. You're going to find out that the world of urbex is quite a unique and interesting one, though there are all sorts of dangers to be aware of though there are all sorts of dangers to be aware of along the way. So mask up as we trek through the world of urban exploration. God, I've only I urban explored once accidentally.
I'll be back, hopefully. The fuck? You. So fucking weird. Let's see this place. They're gonna kill us.
And it didn't even end up being urban.
How do you accidentally?
There was. Okay, when I was younger, we lived like out in the country, like and we like take all these back roads and stuff, you know, country roads, and there was this house that like it was abandoned, and it was always a thing where it was like, what's in there? Who knows? You know, you're a kid, and it was like really dirty. There was like cans everywhere, and then we like went in there, and there was like a bed, like a bed frame, very recent McDonald's, and we were like, oh my god, someone lives here. So we leave, and as we're doing that, basically as we leave, we're going down the road, and someone like pulls in. It's like somebody's house that just looks abandoned. So we just broke into somebody's house. To be fair, the door was unlocked. Like, I mean, not even shut, really. Like, the door did. It was a dilapidated house that someone was living in. Is that urban exploration? It's kind of urban exploration. I think so. Granted, it is breaking and entering, but still. I always wonder if the guy, like, walked in and if you just know. You're like, someone's been in here.
Yeah, he saw his McDonald's cup tipped over.
He saw his high C from McDonald's. He's, like, slightly moved, ever so slightly. While urban exploration has become trendier in recent years, it's surely been a thing for a long time. After all, the concept of wandering around dilapidated structures is by no means a modern concept. In fact, most people probably have experiences doing this with their friends when they were young.
Trespass for it.
If you're watching this now, man, I'm sorry I went in your house. I really didn't know. I was a kid. I don't know. I was like 13.
I don't think I've done way worse. So, like.
You ever go into someone's house and tie them up and just like fucking tickle them? Nick's urban exploration. In the 20th century, for example, post-war battlegrounds were often explored by locals who were inherently fascinated by the structures damaged by bombs or the abandoned factories, bunkers, and air raid shelters. The name, however, came from a 1996 edition of Infiltration magazine posted by a man named Jeff Chapman, who essentially set the groundwork for the hobby by writing an instructional book before his unfortunate passing in 2005. Do you think it was from Urbex?
Probably.
All right. There's a lot of reasons to enjoy this particular hobby. It's like a treasure hunt to find the most fascinating location left alone by modern society where nature seems to take over what once was. There are tons of overlap with the aesthetics of urbex, and things like backrooms consisting of liminal, lived-in environments are both intriguing and yet terrifying. It plays with the surreal nature of it feels wrong to be here, yet at the same time it feels like something that I've seen many times before. It's very uncanny, I will say. It used to be back in the day, it was like asylums and like older shit. Now you see a lot is like old like movie theaters. People go into like old movie theaters or like rich people's homes. That's like another thing. Like I've seen people be like, oh, this is like Nellie's old house or something. I don't have no idea if that's really what it is, but that's like what the video is saying. But it's like a big mansion that still has like stuff in it, but it's like obviously been abandoned. It's very odd. It is very odd. It seems like it's the element of danger and like rule breaking.
On a first Tinder date, we did some urbex, and it was very sketchy because
mostly for the woman.
Well, that's
you want to crawl into an abandoned hospital for a couple hours? We can be as loud as we want.
She was telling me that she was big into urban exploration, and then she's like,
"That's not a first date thing." To
I know. I suggested of like, you want to go, go to an abandoned building on the first date, and she's like, "Sure." And then she was like, "Can my friend come along?" And I was like,
yeah, his name's Enrico.
And then I thought, well, that's the thing. I was like, oh, fuck, I'm going to get mugged.
Yeah.
But then it turned out, no, it was just two girls. And they were also, she said she brought her friend because she thought I was going to be a bad man.
God, editor, please cut around. God, my lord. I will say, like, I guess in like your like a Tinder bio or something saying urban exploration, I like doing that. But like, I don't know why, but I get a little bit of the ick if someone was like date one, yeah, I love urban exploration. To me, I'd be like, what the fuck are you crawling down in like abandoned buildings for?
I had to break up with her because we went to the beach and she wouldn't eat and she was vomiting, or like she was sick all day and it ruined the beach day.
You broke up with her because you ruined a beach day?
There's many factors. Her friends drove there and they were really horrible drivers. They kept looking back to talk, and then they would like swerve to like correct themselves in the lane. And then on the way back, the boyfriend drove home, and he was just as bad, like riding people, like stopping and going. So I was like, I can't be friends with these people.
Weren't you also like 26 and she was like 18? That is actually so true.
Okay. She was 19.
She was 17, sure. Some people who document their urbex experience. Oh, God. Oh, editor, save us. Some people who document their urbex experiences stumble into buildings that are indistinguishable from that of videos from backrooms content. I mean, it looks like they're in it, like these weird. That's like such a weird thing to me too, is businesses that abandon, or like a business goes bankrupt and it's like these giant buildings just stay isolated for so long to the point where it's like, well, no one's going to be in there. We're just going to leave it, because I think people are just waiting for someone to buy the property and they'll be like, you deal with it. But it creates this like just like a time capsule. It's so odd.
There was that school. They just left all their records. There was a hospital or something. They
Yeah, how is that not illegal? What? I don't want my medical records being sifted through by some snotty ass kid. Look at this. What's his name? Hunter? What a fat loser, guys. That's what happened at my hospital. Through word of mouth and tight-knit communities, people are able to discover and visit these places. Others create entire apps and websites for the purpose of spreading the word about them. Some people will even make lifelong friends in the search for urbex partners to aid them in their travels. Which, you know, I can see it being a nice. To me, it has the similar vibes to spelunking, to cave diving. Have you heard of this cave? You gotta go to this one. Get into this weird niche community. I don't know. Granted, it's definitely not as, you know, physically intensive or really as scary. You're kind of just walking around a dilapidated building, but it is. I wonder what is the core fascination with it though? Besides, there has to be more. Besides, we can't be here and it's scary. There has to be.
It's the adrenaline rush.
Trying to find a dead body.
I'm telling you.
You're saying that's the same thing though. That's the fear of the adrenaline rush, the fear, and that is it just that, or is it people? At first I thought it was people going to be like, we're going to steal some shit. Some of these like movies, because that's what I've seen a lot of people say, like urban exploration, you're not supposed to take anything, because it's a weird thing where people are like, oh, because I think a lot of commenters are like, they just left that camera there, or they left that projector there. Like there's like a weird rule of conduct. Like there has to be something about there's got to be something more.
I honestly think it's also, it makes sense that younger people are into it because
sure.
they're bored.
I mean, yeah, you're not going to see a 48-year-old guy, or maybe, I don't know, there's probably a YouTube channel with like a 48-year-old guy. Hey, what's up, guys?
Yeah, it's mystery too and curiosity.
Which at that point too, when you're younger, it is kind of exciting, and it's like, well, yeah, you know, I guess you forgive a kid, but yeah, if it's like a 48-year-old dude, you're like, what the f doing walking around a dilapidated movie theater, dude? Go home. Around the world, there are tons of abandoned buildings rotting away. Thankfully, many of them are known hotspots for urban explorers who take pictures for the public to admire. In massive city sprawls like LA, there are abandoned places on every corner. And one of the most popular urbex locations in the entire city is the Griffith Park Zoo. Originally opening to the public in 1912 and closing in 1966, the Griffith Park Zoo is particularly loved by urban explorers because many of its exhibits feature giant cages as well.
Oh my God. Damn, I'm so strong. Even when I cough, I can push shit off my fucking desk.
Well as fake caves and grottos that are fun to explore and have fun. Do fentanyl. I guess be scared. Oh, I'm so freaked out that we're down here.
I've just found another reason to go urban exploring.
What is it?
It's a spot. You bring your chick, because if you got roommates or something, you go urban explore, make love in the cages and the grottos. away from family and friends.
I really like that you say this too. After, as if like that's not immediately what I thought that you were saying when you're like, urban exploring on our first date?
That's, no.
Mrs. 15-year-old girl?
No, that wasn't my intention.
Uh-huh. Looking like Pooh dipping his hand in the honey jar, dude.
Oh, bother.
Oh,
Oh, Peter. Oh, Robin.
Today, the entire site is covered in graffiti, and nature has slowly taken over the rest of the grounds. There are also tons of bats and massive spider nests, but despite this, tons of people love hiking through and using the location for photography and Halloween events, which I will say is pretty cool.
Ooh, Halloween
I would
raves.
like to go there. No one asked me to go urban exploring.
Maybe we'll go after this video.
Shut up, Nick. I don't want to go with you. In other cities, there are entire abandoned amusement parks with some rides and lights still functional, complete with half-broken animatronics and other creepy yet interesting sights. Movie sets are also popular spots to explore. Popular films and television series like Big Fish, Patriots Day, and Salem are still standing to this day and are filled with prop creatures and half-built stage homes, which I do. You know what? I think that like a lot of that shit I wish they would leave up. Like, didn't they tear down Minas Tirith?
Oh, did they?
I think so. I think they did like some stuff, but they tore it down. I'm sure a lot of it was in miniature, don't get me wrong, but I'm just being like, I thought that a lot of the Lord of the Rings stuff, I don't know how much they've preserved, and yet they've just rebuilt somewhere else for their studio or like the walkthrough or something.
Well, I know Hobbiton was like just a facade for the Lord of the Rings trilogies, tore it down, and then for the Hobbit, they actually rebuilt it for tourist attraction since it was so big. But yeah, I wish they would have just kept the original up.
You give me Isengard. Tell me those fucking movies made how much money? Give me kind of one Isengard. One Isengard, please. Along the coast of Croatia are 5 massive resorts now sit abandoned after the People's Army of Yugoslavia attempted to recapture the country when it declared independence in the 90s. Jesus Christ. Each hotel was bombed and nearly leveled. However, what remains has been reclaimed by nature with vines and wildflowers growing on the concrete, overlooking the blue waters, which I will say it's really pretty. Horrible. Horrible monstrosity, or like, you know, I'm sure that it was terrifying, but in Hutuan, China, there's an entire fishing village covered head to foot in bright green vines. Urban explorers visit every year to take pictures of the crumbling homes. Which would you go to all the way to China to urban explore? You have to be really. I mean, I'm trying to think.
Be like Japan or something.
China. Would you go to China
for the virgin piss eggs?
The key to these eggs is the urine of young boys under 10. Young boys' urine is collected in schools and markets around the city in buckets placed by their street vendors. Eggs are boiled until the urine... Eggs are boiled in the urine until hard. The eggs are then cracked and continue to boil for several hours to let the urine soak into the egg. The golden egg smells strongly of urine, but the taste has been described as delicate, salty, and addictive.
Yeah.
If I did go to China, I would have one. When in Rome.
I'd stay away from that.
When in Beijing. You tell me if I
When in
flew all
Beijing.
the way there. How long is that flight? It's a long flight. One time in my life, I don't plan on coming back. And a guy has a steaming hot plate of piss eggs. I might dabble in one.
I'm good on the piss eggs.
Really? Eat just one time? People have been eating them forever?
Nope. I will.
I've seen you eat horse.
Oh, that's different. It's not a child's pee.
I've seen him eat dog. Nick will eat any meat that's cooked in front of him. He's like, I don't care, it's good. I'll put a little piss on an egg. Ooh, now I'm above it. Would you eat what about the bollet? What was the one where it's like the egg fetus thing?
The mounted ducks are incubated for 2 to 3 weeks, boiled inside, and then served from the shell.
Oof.
The warm, gooey, gamey liquid is referred to as the soup of the duck. How do you eat it? The amniotic fluid is drunk straight from the shell and the yolk, as well as the duck embryo, and then eaten straight from the shell, the bones and the beak still being soft enough to be eaten.
God, yeah, I'd have to.
Fuck.
You're gonna have to eat one.
Well, then I'd eat the balut over the piss egg.
You'd eat the balut over the piss egg? I think I'd eat the piss egg over the balut. I don't think I could handle like that in my mouth. Like
no, I'd probably throw up. Either way, I'm throwing up.
You would only make me throw up. This is kind of to say. The only way to make me throw up is that if I went there, I bit into it, and I'm like, oh my God. I don't know why. Don't judge me on this. If I saw a guy take a bite of it and put more salt on it, that would make me throw up.
What color pee do they want the virgin's pee to be?
I mean,
bright
every
yellow?
one that I've seen, it is copper. I mean, it's rancid. But at the same time, too, if I want a piss egg and they're like, oh, these just really hydrated and you couldn't see the piss kind of like coloring on it, I'd be like, is this really even a piss egg? I'd kind of like a little yellow.
You know, I am curious what a pea egg does taste like.
Oh, look who's come down off his throne. Been a big. I'm just saying. When in Beijing.
That's what I felt with the horse too.
Oh
Saw
my
the horse.
God. Don't bring the horse into this beautiful, majestic creature. And you know what? I mean to say there's a difference between a dumbass cow and a horse. I'm not gonna get into that, but I'm just saying. And then when you ate dog, what about dog?
I went in Rome. It's already cooked and killed. Like
you can. I mean, do you fight for nothing? I mean, come on. Well, what about this? If the boy was there, would you eat it?
No.
Not the boy. I'm saying the egg.
Oh, the egg?
Yeah, not the boy.
Oh, boy, no.
Actually, you would 100% eat a child. Yeah, well, it's already cooked.
I would watch you eat one.
Well, I was gonna say if the little motherfucker's there, I'm not eating one.
Well, why?
I need these to be faceless boys that I can eat the piss from. I don't know. It just makes it too real. I don't know.
I would eat one if you took a bite and you said, "Oh my God, this is amazing."
That's bullshit. If I ate one, you should be like, "All right, well, he did." It should be a follow the leader kind of thing. Well, yeah, I would choke back every tear I had. I'd be like, "Damn, that's good."
If you said it, and I believed it.
Good stuff. All right, well, better not catch us in Beijing. That's all I gotta say. Them eggs will be. What if we made our own piss eggs? I pissed in one and you pissed in one. I ate your pee, you eat my pee.
No.
You did. I have clean pee.
I would eat my own pea egg. I wouldn't eat someone else's pee.
I wouldn't eat your pee egg. The things I hear and not even like the farting and shit sounds, but just the noises in the bathroom that you make are just atrocious. It's a lot of like grunting and moaning and like large amounts of water leaving you, and then like the little like.
I pressured the gooch, let all the pee come out.
Here we go again with the. Do you actually do that? You actually press your taint and let all the rest. Why? How much extra piss do you have in you towards that uncomfortable?
There's a lot of pee. There's been multiple times where I pee, I shake, I'm like violently shaking.
Why you whip your dick around so much?
Because I'm trying to get everything out, and then I go whoop, put it in, and then and it's like
put it in where?
In my pants.
Is she single? Sorry. If I live in Chicago, if I wear a suit, can you tell the event planner I'm your security so I can get in for free? Shit, I wonder if we could do that, bro. Wait, do you think we'd get away with that? I'll be so down to try, bro.
Discord gamblers.
From a YouTube video.
In the last 3 years, gambling has exploded across the internet, with websites like Polymarket allowing you to bet if Trump will go on the Talk to a podcast.
Spit on that thing.
And now, in 2026, gambling has reached a new peak, because we now have casinos inside of Discord, where people will gamble cryptocurrency through a Discord bot. And I initially thought this was a prank, this was a scam. There's no way people are using this shit. But the chats are filled with people gambling, and the people inside of this server are absolute creatures. There are gambling addicts going to grief live in Discord. There are members arguing on who is the better gambler, and there's even people humiliating themselves just for $20. While I show you this Discord server, I have 4 main characters that I want to focus on. And the first main character is the casino owner themselves, Middleman. Because when I saw their profile picture on Discord, I had the most severe traumatic PTSD flashback to my middleman scamming video, where I talked about Roblox middleman scammers. And during that video, I talked about this server called Neptune Proofs, which will allow you to use a bot that would make fake proof. And in this Neptune Proofs Discord server, the picture of the server is of this little ghost in a vase, and there's this person, Not House, which matches the same profile picture. And I thought, there's no fucking way. So I had to dig a little bit deeper. Now, I'm like an elephant both physically and mentally, and elephants never forget, because I had this link to Not House's Telegram chat, where they would show screenshots of them exchanging money. Definitely not money laundering. The problem is that if you scroll up, they're vouching at Middleman. In fact, In fact, you can see plus vouch middle nan and not house replied with a heart emoji. In fact, I didn't stop there now, because it turns out this middle nan Discord account was reported as a scammer for owning a scam server, and you guessed it, it's generating fake proofs in the Neptune Proofs Discord server. This is the same person, but it gets even better. Because looking through the proofs of this being a scam server, I noticed this screenshot where the Neptune Proofs Discord server had an admin called Alex. So I'm in the gambling Discord server, and there's not an admin, a manager called Alex. These two have been doing this for 2 years. They have not logged off of Discord or gotten an actual fucking job. Instead, now, casino time. And to be honest, if I was middle nan, I don't know how the they're dealing with this, because I would see people pinging middle nan, the owner asking for help. Now, what did Harsh need help with? They have withdrawn 28 points from the Discord casino, and they're asking how do they deposit it on stake so I can gamble more. And the best part, you don't know what 28 points means, but the currency conversion is that 1 point equals half a cent. So this guy is asking for tech support on how to deposit 15 cents into stake. 15 cents. This middleman lady is wasting her time dealing with this shit. But that's enough talking about the owners. I want to look inside the chat of the Discord server. When I was looking into this, every 5 minutes, I would find the craziest thing that would just annihilate my brain. And I want to start off with the most common problem I've seen on this Discord server, e-beggars. For example, this dude sent a deposit command. They're depositing money into the casino. And the next thing I saw was someone saying, how much are you depositing? This dude is pocket watching the guy. And it gets even better because after depositing, this guy rolls his dice, he bets half of his money, he lost it, and the next thing is this guy Krish begging tip 10 points, which again is 5 cents. He's like, bro, give me 5 cents. And bro, trust me, I will also tip you back. Bro, if you just give me 5 cents, trust me, I'm gonna gamble the 5 cents, I'm gonna make money, and then I'm gonna tip you money back. And it gets even better because this guy then does a coin flip, wins money, and then the flood, the surge of e-beggars comes out. Please, can I have 1 point? Can I have half a cent? I will pay you back. But maybe I tip you. Like in fact, I saw this person Reaper here who said, someone please give me $5 Bitcoin, please. Here is my address. And the best part, I clicked on this dude's profile. Expert gambler can double your money. Don't forget to DM. This guy is an expert gambler. He will double your money, yet he needs to beg for $4. Now, the most degenerate e-begging that I've seen in terms of casino Discord servers comes from a different casino. Because yes, there are multiple gambling Discord servers. And this one is where people will do the strangest things for money. Specifically this guy.
Do it. Okay, look. Okay. There's no way. Drinking toilet water? There's no
all kids in there.
First, this guy is drinking toilet water.
He's even grown his fucking adult teeth yet.
Yes, there's more to this. But the second is that there are clearly kids in the voice call. I mean, it should be obvious given the fact that their ear-piercing voice gave me an instant migraine.
Yo!
And the cherry on top is that the owner of the casino is in the voice call telling the dude to do all this stuff for money, while at the same time clearly knowing that the people on his server are kids that are gambling. Peak gambling degeneracy. But getting back to our original gambling Discord server, it's time for me to talk about our second character. The second main character is Lost XSXHIL, who is the biggest e-beggar on Discord, because they would reply to the owner saying, give me $6.9 or you're gay. Then they would start spam pinging the owner saying, N-word, do a $20 Stellar only giveaway. We donate you the most. Again, I have to remember that. I have been brain rotted by these gamblers for the last week. I need to let you in on what he means by donate. This person puts a whole bunch of money in the casino, loses it all, and they consider that a donation. But it doesn't stop there. This person went from $2 to $14, and you know what that means. This person deserves a $2 tip, please. In fact, he...
Is she single? Sorry. If I live in Chicago, if I wear a suit, can you tell the event planner I'm your security so I can get in for free? Shit, I wonder if we could do that, bro. Wait, do you think we'd get away with that? I'll be so down to try, bro. Do you do any of the IRL stuff from your YouTube videos live? That shit is content? Nah, I don't. But I think during my Indonesian series, I might. I might figure out how I can IRL stream over there, and then I'll do all my shopping live. The only reason I don't stream all day already is because I want to go spend time with her. So if she's not there, why would I ever fucking end the stream? Dog, she isn't in the stream. It's good. Guys, I don't just say these things about my wife because she can fucking hear me or she's in the chat. You know what I'm saying? I love her dearly. She's in the lounge room. She can hear me. She's in the lounge room. She can hear me. Hey, baby.
Hey, do you want to come hang out?
I can't right now because I'm working. But
Do you want to hang out?
After work, I'll come hang out. Yeah, for sure. Come on, babe.
Like in the front or in the back?
Okay, definitely not the front, dude. What the fuck? Ah, wait, that was actually hard. What the fuck? Oh, dude. Do we need to call the police? No, guys, don't call the police. I'm fine. Don't call them. We're getting a double here, guys. I can feel it. We're both getting a drop. 700k white light. Now I know it's a purple. Now
2 hours and 40 minutes.
You're all trolling. I know it's purple. Yeah.
Hopefully for 3 hours. Damn.
Is yours purple as well, Lockie? White? Ah, only one then. Only one. All right, here we go, fellas. Come on. Come on. Just one last look, guys. Dex, bad. Arcane, bad. Buckler, bad. Bulwark, bad. Everything else, good. Okay? Oh! Good. Really good. Nice.
Oh, wizard hat.
Nice. That's good. That's a 30
The
mil
wizard.
split. Not bad. Not bad at all. We take those. All right, let's go, boys. Back to the gems. Back to the fucking dome of Michael Hoitel. I have my fucking Dragon Hunter crossbow on. Come cam when? Nah, hold up. Nah, hang on. Yo. Twitch chat's wildin' right now, guys. Look at this shit. This guy says come cam when. And Sergeant Wu-Tang is the chick that just said she was watching with her husband. What's going on? What's happening over there? Is it true after 30 you learn to like coleslaw? I actually like coleslaw. And I'm 32. Fuck! I guess it's true, dude.
Yeah, I like it.
Oh, that was 1,000 delves, guys. 1,000 deep delves. Shit, bruh. I've done 3,500 total delves, and 1,000 of them have been deep delves. So that means like 30-something% of all my waves have been 8+.
Wow.
You're sick of people asking if you want kids? My wife and I do. Well, nobody that I know IRL ever asks me if I want kids, because they know. They ask once and then that's it, right? I get asked on the internet all the time, but I get asked if I want to lick someone's butthole on the internet at least once a day. You know what I mean? You know what I'm going to do from now on, guys? If anybody IRL ever asks if Skates and I are going to have kids, I'll say we've been trying. I'll say, yeah, we've been hella fucking raw. You know what I mean? Now that is how you get a PB, fellas. That's how you get a PB. Come on. Yeah, it's over. I gotta hit a one. Oh my god. I'm so lucky. Holy fuck, dude. I'm so lucky. That's it for me. Another fucking 9-houry. Unfortunately, not enough money. We need more. I'm literally gonna have to go hungry tonight. I'm not even kidding. We'll have to see what the bank's worth. Let's fucking check. All right, we'll just assume that I'm at 1 bill 67 mil still. Because I have gear on my alt and stuff like that, so.
Fucking terrible day, guys. It wasn't that bad. We got some money, but still less than we need to. 6 days left. Still got to make 400 mil. It's not looking good, man. And I can't sell GP. I'm behind on rent. I cannot sell GP for food tonight. So I'm going hungry. I'm going to have sleep for dinner. I wonder if this is what Venezuelans actually feel like towards the end of the month when it's getting close to paying rent and they don't have any money. I wonder if this is how they feel. This isn't good, man. I've got a plan for food tomorrow, though. If things don't go well tomorrow and I can't sell GP for food, I actually have a plan. I'm gonna be able to get some, but I can't do it tonight. I can only do it tomorrow. Now, I can't eat, but obviously Skate still needs to. And I don't want to leave you guys without an IRL section for today because I'm not fucking doing anything. What can I film? So we're going to live vicariously through Skates. She doesn't want to be on camera right now because the dentist fucked up her lip. I'm going to have to go see him about that, but I'll show you guys what she's eating.
2 for 15. Beef lasagna. Nice. It's an easy meal.
Fellas, sometimes when your wife's not feeling well, you just have to cook her a nice dinner. You know what I'm saying? I am so fucking hungry, dude.
Yes.
And I feel like an idiot complaining about it because there's so many people in the world that have to go this hungry every single day and they don't have a choice. And I'm just sitting here playing fucking RuneScape, man. Like, holy shit, my stomach hurts. I normally wake up at about 7:30. I woke up at 4:45 this morning and I couldn't get back to sleep because my stomach was just rumbling. Just rumbling, dude. But like I said yesterday, fellas, I've got a plan today. We're either gonna make money in RuneScape or I'm gonna do something fucking crazy. Something crazy. The more I think about it, the more stupid it sounds. I've got something in store tonight.
I'm scared of talking in EV's chat now, just in case he calls me a retard on YouTube. Guys, there is one surefire way to make sure I don't call you a fucking retard on YouTube, bro. And that's by not being a fucking retard. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's that simple. Guys, day 23. Can you believe that shit? I didn't have dinner last night. I didn't have breakfast this morning. I can't afford anything. Obviously, I have a plan tonight, in case we don't get a drop today, to get some food. You know what Skate said to me last night? She goes, do you want me to do one of the piss segments? And I was like, I don't know if that's a good idea, babe. She goes, I'll do it standing up. What? Is this like a fucking thing for women to stand up and piss? Wee to she your perfect travel companion. Dude, I want to do a beer bong out of one of these things. I want to do a fucking beer bong out of one of these things. You know what I'm saying? What's this? Is this you? Reddit. Have you heard of struggle meals? No. No fucking way. No fucking way. What the fuck? Why has this fork only got one prong, dude? Like, that's what life has been like for me. You kind of look like me, EV, big fan, bud. That's actually what I look like without a beard, guys. I'm not even kidding. If I didn't have a beard, that's what I look like. Brother, why don't you buy some flour and just make some basic ass bread? Whole bag for like 50 cents? It's $2.50 for a bag of flour, bro. You can make like 10 loaves of bread, you meatball. You can make 10 loaves of bread with one bag of flour? Way more than that? It's like 300 grams of flour to make a bread? You can make bread with 300 grams of flour? How much bread? Guys, maybe I should make some fucking bread tonight. I don't know. What the fuck? I didn't know you could do that. I didn't even know a guy like me could make bread. I thought bakers could do that shit. We have 1,067,000,000. GP's at 33 cents. So we need 1.45 by the end of this week. Oh my God, guys, I forgot to fucking tell you. Because I woke up early as fuck this morning and I went out for a swim earlier than I normally do. It was still fucking dark when I went out for a swim, right? So it's fucking 6 whatever in the morning. So I'm in the pool. Pool's obviously lit up, right? Nice view of the city. Beautiful morning out. I get in the pool. I do one lap up. I swim back, right? Then I go to do the second lap, right? And like in the fucking area, there's an outdoor area next to the pool with like the barbecue and shit. I see like blonde hair, dude, just poking over like fucking the bush that's in like the barbecue area. Just blonde hair poking over the bush. I'm like, what the fuck? Am I imagining things? Because it looked like a person, but it was dark, so I couldn't tell. And so then I do another lap, and then I'm on the way back, and sure enough, 100% there's a woman standing there now. just staring at me, bruv. Just fucking staring at me. And I was like, what the fuck?
They're
I stopped
weird
swimming.
creatures.
And I just looked at her and I was like, good morning. Oh my God, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. I was like, good morning. And she was like, good morning. I was like, how are ya? She was like, good. How's the water? I was like, yeah, it's not too bad. Pretty warm. 6 o'clock in the morning. Wine. She's drinking wine. What the fuck is going on? No way someone just said whale watching, by the way. That's crazy.
Whale watching, drinking wine.
Oh my God, guys. My package is here. After this Doom run, I'm going to go down and get it. And then we can have a try-on haul, dude. I bought clothes from a shop called Johnny Big. They make clothes for fat people like me. Hey, if my father-in-law stabbed himself to death today, you need to get a piss hole for him. No way someone just said he locator orbed. No. No, that's crazy. Yo, Yaluone, bro, you are so retarded, man. Like, literally. I don't know how to fucking help you, bro. Like, literally. Look at this, look at this, look at this. Right here, he goes, where can I get these tiles, brother? Like, he's been asking, yo, what are these tiles, brother? You know? Yo, how are the tiles? Red X, right? And so I tell him how to get the fucking tiles. And then after I tell him, someone does the fucking thing. Someone literally did the thing. Just after you asked and I responded to you. And the fucking link is right there. And he's still going, Marks, tiles, Marks tile. What's the command again, brother? And then someone else goes, it's right here, bro, and tags him. And he's still going, drops, Marks, Mark, tile. Are you fucking retarded? 3 people have showed you the link. 3. Nice, boys. The new PB, the 25er. Little 2.2 miller. We take those. Lockie, no way you've been scouting for the last fucking 10 years and I've just ripped it, bro. No way you've just been scouting for the last 10 years and I just ripped that shit. Was it insensitive to have motherlode mine open when talking to the investigators for my father-in-law? Wait, you weren't kidding? Your father-in-law actually stabbed himself to death? No, sir, it happened? What the fuck? So your wife's dad stabbed himself to death at 8 o'clock this morning and you're playing RuneScape at midday? How badly did you hate the guy? No XP waste? Spent the last 4 hours trying to fix my garage light. It kept turning on automatically. Turns out I had your new video in the background and it was detecting all that motion, baby. Oh, shit, bro. Damn. Chat, was that Riz? Jake, can I post this caption? Guess what slot this fits into? Okay, man. Mike, yeah. No, okay. Definitely not on YouTube, dude. Everywhere else, absolutely. My dog is listening. Do you want to go for a walk? Do you want to go for a walk? Do you want to go for a walk? You want a treat? You want a treat? You want to go for a walk? Sorry. Summon that. And let the hour-and-a-half ohm commence, boys. It's all right. We can skip yoga. You're not feeling good. Feel like yoga is code for something? No, we've been doing yoga. We've been doing stretches. I'm old and I'm like fucking stiff, bro. So I was like, there's a yoga room in the new building we live in. And there's like classes and shit. So we've been going to yoga classes. The problem is, guys, a lot of the stretches in the yoga thing I can't do because my fucking stomach gets in the way. Just go ahead and put your legs together and then stretch down and touch your toes. Brother, I can barely touch my knees. What do you touch your toes? Tried the blue pills? Nah, never tried Viagra before. I wouldn't mind giving it a crack one day just to see what it's like, though. And I'm sure Skates wouldn't mind either, you know what I'm saying? She just said, hell yeah. Okay, dude. All right, I'm gonna have to get some. Guys, I'm so fucking hungry right now. It's crazy. I'm so hungry. I might die before I get to go get this food tonight. Oh my God! I did not see them at all. Holy fuck. I was wondering why Lockie was staying over the other side. Dude, our fucking thralls are in sync like women's periods. Have a look at that. All right, boys. Here we go. Good luck, good luck, good luck, good luck, good luck, good luck. Surely a purple. Lockie's due for one, actually. I've got the last two. Lockie's due for one. Yeah, mine's white. Lockie's is purple. All right, come on. All right, open that shit and just trade me, dude. Open that shit and trade me. Whatever, man. Just fucking whatever, dude. Why does someone keep dropping cooked chicken on the way to Doom, bro? Who's doing this shit, man? Why are there so many cooked chickens on the ground, bro? Oh, man. What another fucked up day, dude.
Cooked chicken.
Oh, come on, man. So fucked, dude. Another fucking 53 deep delves we did today and a mega scale. And we came out with fucking like 9 extra mil. Oh my God.
It's so fucked, guys. It's so fucked. No money, no food in the house, and I can't sell gold for food because I need to make rent. And if I don't make rent, I fail the challenge. And I'm taking this shit seriously, dude. Told you guys I have a plan. And today I've been pissing like an absolute freight train because I need to stay hydrated. You know what I'm saying? I need to stay hydrated for my little plan here. And they say I check out of it. That's how desperate I am. I was going to get a free fucking fee. So I've booked in to go donate blood and I'm going to get a free fucking feed out of it. That's how desperate I am. I was going to do an elevator fit check, but they've got the fucking things up in here, so... Fit check. Guys, I wish I was joking. I went in there and got my finger poked so they could check my hemoglobins. And then I sat down and the nurse was like, oh, can't feel a vein in that arm. Let's try the other arm. He's like, oh, got one. Missed it. Oh, missed it. And he's like, oh, I can't try again. We don't want to risk injury. Look at this shit. Oh. We can't try again. I don't want to risk injury. I think it's because my arm's so fucking fat. My veins are like... And then he was like, help yourself to the fucking cookies and chalky milk. And I was like, this is just too awkward. I can't do it now. I'm going hungry again. I have no food, no fucking money. And apparently I've still got all my fucking blood. What a fucked up day, dude. This sucks so bad, bro. For real though, fellas, that's actually the 12th time I've donated and the first time they've missed the vein. Disappointing that it happened this time, but it is what it is. And I guess I could have gone and just got the fucking food, but I don't know, it felt wrong. I didn't give him anything, you know what I'm saying? But let this be an encouragement for you guys. Donate blood, man. You know what I'm saying? You can save lives. It's important and doesn't cost you anything. And it's not that bad. The needle doesn't hurt. You know what I'm saying? Just go donate blood, guys. So I've just taken shop for the day. Played Runescape all day. Got absolutely fucking nothing, so I couldn't afford food. Went to go to the blood donor center. The Uber driver wasn't moving, so I had to cancel it, get a new driver, and the new driver was the same fucking guy, and he wasn't moving.
Yeah,
so
that's
I
what they do over here too.
and got a new driver. And the third new driver was the same fucking guy again, and he wasn't moving. So then I had to drive to the center. I was late. Then they try and take the blood from my arm, and the guy misses the vein. I'm actually fucking shadow banned. I have the worst IRL RNG. I swear to God. It's crazy, man. Skates is still sick, so she won't be on camera, but she's having mac and cheese for dinner, another microwave meal. And I know what you guys are thinking. Jake, if your wife is sick, why don't you cook food for her? I've got nothing left, bro. I'm barely functioning as a human at this point. Skipped the pool this morning, fellas. I've really got nothing left. I'm like shaking. This challenge turned from real fun. Okay, it was never fun, but like funny to not funny real quick. I need to make some fucking GP today, man. I need to. How many kilos you lost? It will be revealed when I finish the month, brother. Old accounts make for guaranteed perp? No, you can never guarantee a perp, bro. Excited for the money giveaway at the end of the month? Money giveaway? I'm making rent, bro. I promise you. I'm making rent. Wouldn't believe what KC has today. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I actually don't want to know. Don't actually tell me, Lucky. I don't want to know. I actually don't want to know. 10 wicked wings for $10. I said I didn't want to know.
10 wicked wings.
I said I didn't want to know. He doesn't know you. Odablock doesn't know me. Unfortunately, that's not the case, brother. I wish it was, you know. He knows me a little too well. He's seen things. Seen things other people haven't. Only a crane can bring you up, Big E? No, that's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Talk with a doctor about fucking things that are going wrong with me medically. Are you crazy? I'm just gonna Google that shit, bro. What's a doctor gonna tell me? Doctor ain't got shit on ChatGPT. Well, the thing is, ChatGPT is smarter than 100 doctors. You know what I'm saying? It knows, it has more information than 100 doctors. Fasting and calorie deficits are good for autophagy, Jake. Starving yourself is not good for you, bro. You said you did in the one vid. Guys, I don't know if you guys have fucking mental deficiencies or not, but what I specifically and very specifically said in that one video is I think my fucking scales are defective because one morning I weighed in and the very next morning I was 4 kilos heavier. Obviously my scales were defective. That doesn't mean I gained 4 kilograms. People are fucking so dumb, bro. I swear to God. If you don't get a drop here, it's going to be 18 hours of doom to end the day. Bro, literally. We need a big drop here. Like, we need an Anceti robe top at least. And maybe 2. You know what I mean? What's today? Wednesday? I'm only going to get through today, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That's not bad at all. I can do that. I can do that. What's the first meal after the series? I don't even want to think about it, bro. I'll think about it next Monday. Time to fast to make enough for rent. Aussie, I've literally not eaten anything for the last fucking 2 days. I'm literally shaking. I'm not kidding, bro. I'm literally shaking. What do you mean it's time to fast to make rent? I am fasting. I've
Sanguine Scrap is probably better than the Shadow here. Because it heals you.
No, that's crazy. No. That's crazy. No. Tick 8 that. You guys see that shit? Tick 8 that. I feel like Wook's right now, bro. I feel like Wook's. Tick 8. Tick 8. Tick 8. Tick 8. Oh my God. Haven't hit a single ruby yet. Any danger? Oh. You know what's crazy? We had to do an entire extra melee hand, and this is still faster than the first one we did.
2 hours and 40 minutes. Damn.
Here come all the rubies. Yep, here they are. Of course. Always right at the end, bro. Here we go, boys. Come on. Mine's white.
Oh.
Purple. Okay. All right. All right, hit that shit and trade me, bro. Trade me. Fuck off.
Oh! No way. No way, dude.
You fucking dog cunt. You fucking Did you bring a T-boat in this raid? The whole fucking raid just for that? Are you serious? I hate this cunt, bro. I actually hate this cunt. Fuck off, man. Oh my God. I haven't eaten anything for 2 days, bro. Oh my God. Bro had that set up 3 hours ago. There's no way he brought a T-bow into the entire raid, brought it into Ulm specifically so he could troll me. Like, got done with your own T-bow? That's well. That's my own T-bow. Let's fucking go. Come on. I knew I was just going to get it accidentally throughout this fucking series. Come on. Nice. I didn't even have to try for that shit, bro. We're going to figure out how to say I'm a white boy with a little bit of motion.
Dude, the fuck is wrong with that guy? Imagine calling people idiots and relying on drops to pay rent.
Dengan sedikit Get a can.
Aku
Welcome to
seorang
fucking
anak
Venezuela.
laki-laki kulit putih dengan
Welcome to
sedikit
going from the
gerakan.
Venezuela.
White boy with a little bit of motion, baby. All right, that's gonna be my special move when I go to Indonesia for this series, guys. That's gonna be my fucking special move, dude. Did you see this one before and after? Thank you for making a Giazo, Stevens. This is why I have a beard. I swear to God, this is why I have a beard, bro. That's actually crazy, bro. You don't want to know what's under here, bro. I promise you. You do not want to know what's under here, bro. I promise you. Evie, what's up, my guy? Just showed my wife some of your shorts. Give her a proper shout out. Her name is Caitlin. Yo, what's going on, Caitlin? How you doing? I hope you're enjoying the stream. I just want to let you know that your husband has actually gifted me a whole bunch of subs. He's actually gifted me over 5,000 subscribers. So you got a fucking good man with you. You got a good man. Appreciate you watching. I hope you're having a good day, Caitlin. Cheers. And that's how you ruin a marriage, guys. Any idea how many delves you've done since the series started? Yes. I have done 3,084 delves since the series started, and I've had 3 treads, 4 staffs, and 3 cloths. So 10 drops, and I am due exactly 10 drops. That's exactly how much I should have gotten. Exactly how much I should have gotten. We're at the point where, like, I need to play well to get money for rent, but I have no money for food so that my brain functions so that I could play well.
No lag.
I just died on wave 5. I just burped and bile came up. Oh my God, yuck. That's how empty my stomach is right now. What the fuck? No way someone just said that counts as eating. Like, no way someone just said that counts as eating, bro. Like, hey, can you keep it down, please? My son is sleeping. Don't do it, Jake. Don't do it. Don't do it. Who said next wave 7 is going to be a glower? Someone said that. Who said it? Who said it? Someone said that. I need treads here, bro. I need treads here, bro. This has to be treads. I need them, bro. Please, dude. I need them. Oh. Yes.
I need good tonight.
God, I can eat food tonight, bro. Oh my fucking God, dude, I'm gonna cry. Oh, I fucking needed that, dude. So we get 196 mil out of that. Let's get a bank check, boys. There goes the treads. Another 196 mil. Oh my God, let's get a bank check. Let's get a bank check. I need to get all the items off my alt as well. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Just say like 1.25.
Damn.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're 12 mil behind on rent. Surely we get another treads, right? Surely we get another treads, right? Surely we get another treads, right? Dude, if we get one more drop today, oh my God, bro. I'm trying so hard to be excited, but like I'm still behind on rent and I still have no food in the fucking house, bro. Like, yeah, that's gas. We're up, but like...
For how long?
Imagine it was glowing, bro. I just got a fucking feeling, fellas. Like, I just have a feeling it's gonna glow again. Missed the drop while putting my kid to bed. See, this is why you shouldn't have kids. Sorry. Come on. Back-to-back 7s. Surely.
Nope.
You get another treads drop. Is it steak dinner? I'll be able to buy something nice, bro. That's it for me today. What's that? 8.5 hours. We're up. I'm gonna sell 9 mil right now. Actually, less. How much is it gonna cost me for spaghetti tonight? Less than 9 mil, right? I need $2.70, and we divide that by 0.33. I need 8.2 mil. So let's go 8,200, and that's 235 mil sold so far. Wait, so 235 mil sold so far? I've spent $70 on food this month. That's actually a lot more than I thought. I can't lie. I'm going to obviously go spend all of that tonight at the supermarket, and the RS bank goes down by 8 mil. So let's call it 1222. Come on, guys. We can do this. We can fucking do this. 50 mil, 60 mil a day.
Yeah, for
for 4 days.
$2.70.
We got max gear, bro. We can do this. We can do this, bro.
Thank the fucking Lord, dude. Oh my God. It has been a tough 3 days, man. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Felt bad selling that 8 mil because I'm still behind on rent, but 4 days, 240 mil to make rent. Not even a big ask. 60 mil a day. We can do it, man. We can do it. I think I'm gonna get this done. Still, I get to go eat some fucking food tonight. Oh my God. Thank God, dude. Julienne cut a vegetable stir fry. That'd be real yum without any meat.
121, damn.
Apple crumble.
Oh, shit.
Hang on a damn minute.
Apple crumble.
Wait, what's 77 cents? Lettuce.
Oh, hey. You need urinary care.
Decided to mix it up tonight. Normally I go with the tomato and basil, but I'm going with the tomato and onion and garlic. So hopefully it tastes a little better because the basil was getting a little zesty, I can't lie. And I ain't trying to get zesty. All right, some delicious cheeseless spaghetti, man. I'm getting kind of Stockholm syndrome about this spaghetti now, you know what I mean? Taste test of the garlic and onion.
Late's podcast, oh. What the fuck? That's just late videos. Figured. Bot and server. Just motivate these guys.
So the other day I asked Arnold Schwarzenegger what his favorite holiday is, and he said, "Has to be Easter, baby." Oh my God. So that was, I said 333 likes, and I'll do an Arnold Schwarzenegger impression in my next episode. Okay, so we got 377. Thanks for that. I appreciate it. If we get 350 on this video, then I will tell a joke that might get me canceled off of YouTube. How about that? Well, it'll be a little edgier than normal. Today's video, step 1, I'm going to review Grimoire. This has just been announced. Step 2, hour-long podcast with
Step
Scritic.
2.
He is awesome. I appreciate his time so much. I'm throwing that whole video up there. We talk about a lot of stuff. We talk all about leagues. I ask him some crazy questions. We have a good laugh about it. He thinks I'm crazy. I know I'm crazy, and that's that's kind of where we're at. So, Grimoire. The Grimoire is a book. You get a book. That's pretty cool. Gives you a little book. The Grimoire can be used to freely swap between spell books. The Grimoire acts as a book of the dead.
Unlock access to all prayers and spells?
When you select this, you will unlock access to all prayers and spells, regardless of area, quest, or diary requirement. Pretty cool. Okay, so let's circle back on like what's going on here with this.
So you got a raid for any of that.
Freely swap between spell books.
Good prayers.
You could, if you don't pick Fremenic, you could.
You have browse unlocked.
Some uses from that could be using the Sawmill plank make spell, not really expecting that to be that powerful. You could cast Vengeance. You'd be like, you know what, I'm going to be venged for PVM, even though I don't have that region. That's kind of cool. What else is there? There's like there could be some uses on there that you're like, that is good. It's not like overwhelmingly obvious that picking the Lunar Spellbook is a meta in any way. You also get Ancients, which is really good. Ancients is good for training Slayer, for example. Stuff and things. If you are building your account centered around being a magician wizard build,
I have Blood Barrage right away.
You want to have all the spell books, so that's kind of important in that area.
Yeah.
You can swap in the previous leagues. It's a book. It's in your inventory. You right click and you can just swap to whatever book you want at any point. There's no cooldown. You don't have to be at a bank. So in the middle of a raid, you can switch. For example, if you're doing a Chambers of Xeric, Ice Demon is super weak to fire spells. So you could go onto the regular spell book and do some fire spells, and then you've got
switch back to Thrall.
And then you've got the little what are they called?
Vengeance
things. Yeah, I don't remember what they're called. I'm drawing a blank. So you could switch to Venge for that, and then you could switch to Ancients for Mutida. Like, there's some uses for that part, but not that crazy. The Grimoire acts as a Book of the Dead. That's not very big either. A Thrall is very low DPS. I think it's like 0.6 damage per second. And in a league, previous leagues, we were getting over 4 damage per second. So that's a very minor increase. You could switch to Arceus, summon a Thrall, switch back to whatever you're doing, and keep killing stuff. It is what it is. The big thing with this is you get access to all prayers. The best range prayer and the best mage prayers, they come from the Xayah region, from Chambers of Xeric. If you do not pick that region, you can't get them. So if you're doing a build where you're not...
That's going to be a massive DPS.
And you want to have Rigor, for example, then you'll want to pick this because it increases your damage by quite a bit. It's really just like PVM. It has a couple of skilling uses. It's got some PVM uses, and that's kind of it. So Piety, you need the Kandrin region to get Piety, and that's really good for combat melee smacking stuff. Better strength bonuses and whatever. So that's kind of where I'm at with Grimoire. Is it that good? I don't think so. I think it's fine. It is fine. Like, compared to Culling Spree, there's an argument for both. Like, yeah, I want to get Culling Spree because this gives me a bunch of clue scrolls and whatever else. You can pick that. Or you could pick Grimoire and get your spellbooks. Or there's something else in there. I don't know. I honestly don't know. So why don't we send this over to a conversation with Skritic. He's awesome. He makes a lot of Leagues videos. One of my favorite videos that he's made is he went into the Doom of Moki Hoidle in the main game and fought it with absolutely nothing. Starting from nothing, is he able to clear the 8th wave delve thingy. So that was a pretty cool video. The link is in the description for that video, as well as his YouTube and channel, and go check him out. I'm going to send you over to him, and appreciate everything. And subscribe to me as well if you want. I mean, you don't have to, but like, yeah, thanks. I'm going to just slap the record button, and maybe there's something out of our conversation that maybe we might like here, and throw it up on the YouTube. But I'm expecting that by the end of it, I'll realize like I forgot to record, or there's no audio or something like that. So whatever, it is what it is.
Worst case scenario, I'll send you the VOD, man. It's all good.
Like at the end of the day, it's night. So
that's true. Is that the dad joke,
dude?
At the end of the day, it's night.
I'll give you another one later. That's not a real one, but.
Okay, that's not a bad start. That
at the end of the day, it's night.
That was impressive.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, my mom. It was, anyways. So what's going on? It's Skritic from the internet. How are you?
Hello, everybody. I am Skritic from the internet. How are we doing?
Yeah, they can answer in the comments, but it's like a delayed thing. But anyways, so today's reveal was Grimoire.
Yeah,
the good old book. What are your thoughts? I mean, it's so simple. It's just you can swap between spellbooks. It acts as a Book of the Dead, and it gives you access to all prayers and spells, regardless of the area, quest, or diary requirement. So pretty simple, pretty easy to understand. It's none of this, confusing stuff like Abundance or some of the other ones. But what are you thinking on that? It's tier 7. Nope, it's tier 6. Roman numerals are hard. Hit me with it.
I mean, listen, I will always say that Grimoire is a safe relic because there are going to be certain region combinations people are considering where Grimoire is a great pick, and there's going to be certain region combinations where people are considering where it's a waste. So, like, what I was trying to get across the stream earlier, and I think we all kind of agree, is that because we're starting in Varlamore, I think we have a lot of freedom with our region choices this year, and you won't feel bad if you do have to either take Grimoire or a region to unlock like a specific prayer or spellbook. So, like, I just feel it's super dependent, and it's really, really hard to say at this point when we still don't know what the combat masteries are. It's super dependent on your regions and your combat style, because Magic users who want Augury or who want Lunars, Ancients, Arceus, you know, you might want Grimoire if your regions don't align. And similar to melee users, I feel like they're probably less bothered about this, but like, do you really want to take Kandarin for Piety and Chivalry? I know I don't.
I'm not taking Kandarin unless I'm literally forced to, so.
You will be forced to. Kandarin stonks are up this year, let me tell you.
I like how they started with the like Kandarin Echo boss showing like what you can get from it, and still everyone was like, well, never mind, moving on. Like, they could have saved it for last, and people could have hypothesized that that Echo boss drop would be like the best thing of all time. But they didn't. They just immediately were like, yeah, it's going to be Thermi. It's going to drop same things last time, pretty much. I thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah.
So.
But this is the problem with only getting teasers, is that we don't have all the information. I mean, we can hypothesize that Devil's Element is back and it's the same, although it might not be. And whatever the fork is, or you know, like the four-headed trident kind of thing, I got absolutely ragged in the comments for calling it a trident thingy, by the way. It was horrible.
No, I think it's a fork. I think it's just
but
a
let's call it the fork.
Yeah.
The fork is catching on, right?
Yeah, I think it'll just help
like
you
the fork
eat
could
faster.
be huge.
Yeah.
The fork could... Oh, it helps you eat faster?
Yeah, like when you're wearing it, your eat delay is like 1 tick because it's just a giant fork.
Actually, imagine. That actually, you know what?
I'm
I
cooking.
Know you're just fucking around.
Dude,
that actually could be good.
That's one of my favorite things from Ruinous Powers, and that's where I want to kind of steer the conversation here. The last time we had the Grimoire Relic, it gave you access to the Ruinous Powers as well, unless I'm crazy. I've got it pulled up here.
No, yeah.
It did, okay. Just making sure, because I've been confusing like Gridmaster with leagues, and I've played every league in Gridmaster, so they all blend together. But yeah, so Ruinous Powers was the one where it gave you like turbocharged prayers, which made it single-handedly. That alone was worth taking for most people, and then getting the access to the other spell books was kind of an afterthought, unless you were a mage build. So I think this looks nerfed from previous like leagues because there's no Ruinous Powers on it. So my question to you is, Ruinous Powers gone, or is it going to be a combat mastery, or perhaps even one of our Echo bosses drops a book that you can read and it gives you Ruinous Powers? What are your thoughts?
I mean, first of all, I've just checked Raging Echoes and we're both wrong, because it wasn't... Ruinous Powers wasn't in Leagues 5. It was in Gridmaster, wasn't it? And
High performance vehicles.
You know, I've been thinking, I have got all of these glorious, high-performance vehicles, but I ain't got no way to show the world their capabilities. So I'm gonna go build me a darn racetrack. Oh yeah, I got 32 acres out there. I'm gonna build me a racetrack, and I'm gonna show the world my driving capabilities and the abilities of all of these high-performance machines. Now, when building a racetrack, most normal people would probably have to use a skid steer or an excavator. But you see, I am a redneck engineer. Plus, I can't afford a skid steer or an excavator. But I do have a Kubota tractor with a front-end loader and a box scrape. So a little over a year and a half ago, I purchased this 32-acre property here. Now, it had been clear cut before I got it, and it looked horrible. So I paid a guy to come out here and clear it with a bulldozer. Then I paid a lot of money to plant the whole 32 acres in grass. And now here I am, making a racetrack all through it. I am sure my wife's going to be thrilled when she sees this. So do you remember when I said I hit that stump?
Yeah.
Apparently I hit it with this tooth right here. And it peeled the metal back just a little bit. Oh boy. Goodness gracious. What was you waving at me for?
You do realize you got a tree stump right here 3 inches off your track, don't you?
Of course I knew. You know, knowing that this big old stump is 3 inches off the track gives you more incentive to stay on the track. So you won't hit it and die. You know what? I'd hate for any rookies to get out here and hit this stump and get hurt. Because, you know, everybody ain't a pro like me, so let's remove it. It is time to remove this humongous stump.
With what, a bottle of protein?
Yeah, you didn't know that protein makes trees swell up and explode? Okay, so the explosives didn't take the stump completely out, but it did blow some chunks out of that some good. All right, so as y'all can see, we have laid down the track. And now it's time for me to lay it down in the old canned ham Turbo RR.
Hey, what happened? I noticed you changed clothes.
Yeah, I had a wardrobe malfunction. I stepped out the tractor and ripped the crotch out my nut cutters. All right, so enough about my undercarriage. I'm about to get behind the saddle of this little pony and show y'all some tricks. We're gonna take this curve. Whoa! There we go, I got her. She's a slipping in the slide, son. Goodness gracious. Like to ride with me on my Can-Am. My boy Dale Jr. decided he wanted to get his
Dale Jr.
200 out and ride it on the track. That's right, that is the brand new Polaris RZR 200. Fuel injected, got independent suspension. It's basically built just like one of them Polaris RZR 1000. It's just miniature. I'm so proud of that boy. God dang, you know, make me want to tear up. You see that rooster tail? He flung it over the Appalachian Mountains right there. God dang, boy. There he goes. There he goes. Whoop. A little too much speed right there. That's why my boy's name's Dale Jr. and not Jeff Gordon.
And why do you look like you're going to hang out with Ben Franklin and George Washington?
Well, I'm glad you asked. You see this Ford Festiva right here? And these two dirt bikes? They all have the mechanics of something that was built in the 1700s. Every one of them got a darn carburetor, okay? You know what that means with the dirt bikes? You got to kickstart them. No fuel injection, no electric start. Nah, you just sit there and you kickstart it, and you kickstart it until it starts working. Now, before I go get on these dirt bikes,
the wheel of time. Unluckiest players. I watched everything possible, man. We're going dogs. The truck killing bridge. So I want to see some stand-up. This is okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brad Williams.
Okay, pause. See how short man comedy is.
It's showtime. Bro time? Okay. No.
Special. You want it to be special, you shoot that shit in New York, man. You want to know how special your show is? They put another midget in the fucking front row. You guys get 2 midgets for the price of 1. If you don't play the fucking lottery tomorrow, you're an idiot, all right? I love it. I love coming to this city. You guys are such a melting pot. I've been touring all over the country, and wherever you go, every part of the country has its own little thing that they do. They all have their own little thing that they do. Like, we just did a show in Ohio. Jealous? Yeah, of course you are. Ohio's thing is that if you say the letters OH, see, they have to do that shit. You're the only state that does that. Nobody else does that shit. You can't go up to someone from Massachusetts and be like, MA. They'll be like, SSN, go fuck yourself. Okay, they're not doing it. I'm from California. Try that there. CA, if I don't speak English. You're the only one that spells your state. And then your rivals, the people from Michigan, their thing is that you say, hey, you're from Michigan. What part? They point to their hand. They point to their... What the fuck, Michigan, okay? What is that? Where are you from? Right there. Like, what the hell? And they do that because the state on a map kind of looks like a hand. So they point to their hand. The problem is, none of us know where the fuck that is, okay? We don't know what that is. No one was in geography class. They're like, by the way, Detroit's the knuckle. Okay, no one said that. But I get why they do it. They do it because, like I said, the state is shaped like a hand. They point to their hand. Okay, makes sense. Michigan, I'm glad you do it. I'm glad Florida doesn't. Oh, you're from Florida? What part? Tallahassee. Like, what? Oh, the taint? You're from the taint. All right. We all have our own thing. I'm from Southern California. Our thing is I've been vaccinated 527 times. Yeah. Not that many. I got vaccinated 3 times. 3 times, let's be honest. I probably just needed 1. Look at me. My first shot was a booster. Okay? I got vaccinated. Now, I was very lucky. I didn't have any side effects. None. But some people did. Some people had side effects. Don't get me wrong. I was worried. I was scared there was going to be side effects. What if one of the side effects is like, it cures dwarfism? That would suck for me. I'd have to rewrite all of these jokes. My wife would leave me because she's got a fetish. That's right. I don't have a dwarf wife. I got one of yours. That's how you know I'm really good at this job. Brad, you're a comedian. Are you funny? That's who a fuck. I love it. Now, does my wife actually have a fetish? I don't know. I don't care. But Brad, what if she's only having sex with you because you're a dwarf? Wouldn't you feel exploited? No. I'd be coming, okay? I wouldn't feel exploited, I'd feel exploded. I don't care if my wife has a fetish, but I also don't want to find out. I don't need this information. I don't want to steal her phone, scroll through the photos, find all the ex-boyfriends. Turns out every one of them is just... I don't want to see that. I know, you saw one do the dance. Bucket list. Okay. Yes. My wife is taller than me, which I get it. That's not the norm. Normally the man is taller than the woman. But my wife and I have a normal relationship. It's a normal relationship. We do normal things. You go on normal date nights. You walk down the street. We hold hands like a normal couple, just walking down the street, holding hands, just like that. Not a big deal. My wife calls me her sexy keychain. I'm not even mad. I'm like, fuck yeah, baby. I'll be your pocket rocket. Let's go. Love the fact that my wife is taller than me. And now short dudes are out there. We're getting our respect. We're finally getting our respect. Now there's even a term. There's a term you're supposed to call a confident short man. Does anyone know what that term is? Short king, that's right. We're short kings. I know, all the Italians went, fucking right. Exactly. Short king, that's the nickname. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I don't like it. I don't like short king. No, Brad, you're a short king. Great, you just called me a chess piece. No, you're a short king. All right, now I'm the villain from Shrek 1. Nobody wanted to fuck Lord Farquaad. I love the fact my wife is taller than me. We are very different people physically. She's taller. We're also different races. I'm in a mixed race marriage, mixed race relationship. My wife is half Chinese. I'm half. Some of you got that joke. Okay, some of you got it. Some of you are just staring at me like, what's the other half? And I'm like, fucking air? I don't know. I like being in a mixed race relationship. It's a lot of fun, progressive. You learn about another culture. You get to experience parts of that culture you probably wouldn't have experienced otherwise. Like with my wife, I'm getting good Chinese food now. Really good Chinese food. Good shit. I'm white as hell. I thought Panda Express was authentic. And see, you're laughing because you know it's not. It's garbage, unless they're here and they want to sponsor me, in which case, orange chicken. It's horrible, but no, now my wife gives me the good shit. Now I've got to try something called xiaolimbao. Xiaolimbao is a dumpling that is filled with hot soup. It is unbelievable. It is so good. And of course, I share with my wife the food of my people, Keebler. Yeah. Dude. She took one bite and was like, fudge stripes, blew my mind. Like, love being in a mixed race relationship. But no one ever talks about the best part. No one ever talks about the best part about being in a mixed race relationship. So I'll tell you what the best part is. The best part about being in a mixed race relationship.
Yeah, what I say, I'm trying to say. Damn shit. Okay.
Is you can make stuff up about your race, and your partner has no idea if you're telling the truth or not. And if they call you out, you get to call them a racist. I do it with my wife all the time. I make up midget holidays. I make them up. My wife comes in. Why aren't you working? It's my day. What day is that? The winter solstice. What does that mean? It means I don't work. Why? Shortest day of the fucking year. Okay, I don't work. I I don't work and you owe me anal. That's our tradition. Love mixed race relationships. Love the fact they're so accepted now, which is wonderful. But even though they are accepted, if you're in a mixed race relationship, you know, people still say messed up things to you. They still ask inappropriate questions. Happens to me and my wife all the time. People see us out and about. They see a tall, beautiful Chinese woman holding hands with a dwarf. They're like, okay, who ordered who? I know, it's wrong. Also, if you're in a mixed race relationship, whatever your partner is that is different than you, that's what everyone thinks your thing is. That's your thing. You can't be with that person because you love them. No, you have to have a thing. Everyone thinks my wife's thing is banging Oompa Loompas. That's what. Like, that's her shit. Like, every time she masturbates, she has 3 screens going. One's me, one's Wee Man, one's Dinklage.
Wee Man.
Some of you just figured out that I am not Wee Man or Dinklage. Everyone thinks that's my wife's thing, and my wife is Chinese. Everyone thinks that's my thing. People assume that Brad's into Asian women. That's what they think about me. I got recognized a couple of weeks ago. I barely get recognized. So when I do, I get very excited. This guy sees me. He's with a group of friends, and one of the friends is an Asian woman. He just walks up to me and goes, "Hey, Brad! Ah! That's creepy as fuck." The girl didn't know it was gonna happen. He basically just walked up and went, "You wanna fuck her?" Like, that's weird. And he was so excited too. Like, "Your wife's Asian, she's Asian. What are the odds?" I don't know, 1 in 6.
Yeah.
Does my wife get the same treatment? Does this happen to her if she goes to a neighbor's house and they have a lawn gnome? Are they gonna be like, "Ah"? She's got a pointy hat. Like, yes, my wife is Asian. It does not mean I love all Asian women. It just means I love my Asian woman. I love her. She's great. I'm a big fan. It's not like you can just do something Asian and then I get turned on by it. I'm not going to be like, "Oh, fuck, are you doing long division?" Hold on. I'll get a remainder. See, the white guys love that joke. It's a gross dick joke. That's why they laugh at it. Yeah. Asians laugh because they're like, "He remembered the remainder." They're really happy. I love mixed race relationships. In my life, I've only ever seen one mixed race relationship ever that I did not approve of. I'll explain. Friend of mine, she's a dwarf like me, all right? She's 3'7". 3'7" is about there, right about my shoulder, okay? Her husband, a 6'2" black man.
Yep.
Right? Do not feel bad for the thought you just had in your head. Everyone had that thought. Everyone had that thought. The most religious person in this room just thought to themselves, "I want to watch them fuck." All right? Because you do. What does that look like? I don't know. He's 6'2". If that man's on top, it just looks like he's humping a mattress. Like, that's crazy. 6'2", holy shit. That means he fucks her with something the size of her. That is mathematically impossible. I don't know how they're doing it. Do they do standard positions, or does he just grab her, use her like a fleshlight? Like,
Probably it.
Some of you just found out that someone at your table knows what a fleshlight is. Right? That's gonna be a fun drive home with Pop Pop. How does this couple fuck? I need this information. What are they doing? Is there any kind of foreplay involved? Does she ever just look up at him like, "Baby, tonight I'm giving you a hand job"? Just, she gets done jerking him off, her Fitbit goes off. Wow, I made my steps today. Hell yeah, New York. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Look at this. This is awesome. Everyone's having fun here. See, that's why I love comedy. So many people are like, oh, comedy divides nowadays. No, it fucking doesn't. It does not divide. It's not dividing us. Think about what's happening right now. Right now, you're in a room with hundreds of strangers. You don't know these people. Right now, no one gives a shit who you voted for. No one gives a shit what race you are. No one gives a shit who you fuck. No one gives a shit what gender you identify as. Right now, everyone in this room at the exact same time is having the exact same thought. Dwarves are funny. It's awesome. It's wonderful. I'm glad comedy could be that place where everyone comes together and has fun. Because it seems like everything else is trying to divide us. Everything else. Oh my God. Beer almost caused a civil war not too long ago. Beer, holy shit, and it happened overnight. Overnight. One night you drank a Bud Light, you were a redneck. The next night you were a transgender activist. Like, what? That change was so fast, even transgender people were like, too much change. Now, for those of you who don't know what happened with Bud Light, let me explain. There was a controversy. Dare I say, a brouhaha. The controversy happened when Bud Light announced they have a transgender spokesperson, and some people flipped the fuck out.
I thought it was a commercial.
I did not. I don't care. I want everyone to get a job. Like, I support transgender people. They're a marginalized group. I want them to be successful because I am also a marginalized group. I know. Some of you are like, but Brad, you're white. The other thing. I want transgender people to get spokesperson jobs because if they get spokesperson jobs, eventually Hollywood will work its way down to little people and I'll get a spokesperson job. And I could be a great spokesperson. I could sell you a product. I could sell you some Bud Light. Light?
Bud Light minis.
Bud Light Light. It gets you a little drunk. Find it in the minibar. I think more companies should hire transgender people to be their spokespeople. Absolutely. Snickers, 100% should hire a transgender spokesperson because you're not you when you're hungry. Grab a Snickers. May or may not contain nuts. Now, don't get me wrong. I am of two minds of this subject. One part of me wants every company to stop putting politics in their commercials. Leave it the fuck out. Don't tell me who you're voting for. Show me the product. Show me if it works. I'll decide if I want to buy it or not. That's part of me. But the other part of me wants every product, every company to pick an ideology and lean the fuck in. Make everything about your product about your ideology. I don't care about that because of politics. I don't give a shit about politics. I just want to see the commercials. I want to see those commercials. Can you imagine those commercials for those products? A liberal laundry detergent? You wouldn't want to watch that commercial? Libtide? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, that'd be a great ad. Liberal laundry detergent. We make all colors equally bright. Well, what does it do for the whites? It does nothing for the whites! It cancels the whites. Be a great commercial. You throw in a white t-shirt, it comes out a pride flag. Fucking hilarious. I want liberal laundry detergent and I want conservative maxi pads. Conservative maxi pads. How funny would that be? Are you a strong conservative woman? Well, there's only one maxi pad strong enough to stand up against your red wave. From the makers of My Pillow. QAnon conservative maxi pads. Now with wings, but just the right wing. QAnon maxi pads. The box is blue and white because we know you bleed red. I know it sounds crazy, but it's coming, man. It's coming. Because everything divides us now. Everything. One of the most divisive things in our country right now is the news. The news. The news is not supposed to divide you. It's just supposed to be information. But even they have an agenda. Their agenda is they want you to watch more news. They try to get you mad at each other. They make you think everyone in our country is either on the far left or the far right. And I don't think that's the case. I think the vast majority of us are sick and tired of the far left and sick and tired of the far right, okay? We're hanging out in the middle. We're not far left. We're not like, wear 5 masks, get vaccinated 14 times, never go outside. If you do go outside, if you're alone, by yourself, in a car, wear a mask. If you're masturbating, wear 2 masks and goggles for a complete separate reason. Never go outside, there's too many variants. You go outside, you'll kill your grandma. We're not that, and we're not Florida. And the main ideology of both sides is simply that they're not the other side. That's all they argue. We're not those guys. When really they have a lot in common. Both sides are snowflakes. Both sides can't take a fucking joke to save their life. Both sides try to cancel shit. Both sides, they see one thing they don't like, they try to shut it down. Right now there's a group on the far right that's trying to cancel the children's show Peppa Pig. Peppa Pig. I know you're confused, because if you know that show, you know Peppa Pig is a great show. It's charming. It's about a bunch of farm animals. They have British accents. They all have human characteristics. It's a delightful show. But the controversy happened when the show announced they want to introduce a same-sex couple on their show. They want 2 male dogs, and they're going to have a dog kid. Me, I was like, great. That's wonderful. Representation matters. But for some people, they got very upset. They're like, well, I don't want my son seeing some dogs do some gross shit. He watches your dog lick its own asshole. Well, it might turn him gay. No, it won't. No, it fucking won't. Because nothing turns you gay. Nothing. I can watch 90 hours of gay porn. I'm not going to be like, I wonder what's on Bravo. Now, I understand there's going to be people out there that disagree with me. And I also know that as a comedian, I'm probably not going to change your mind. All I can say is, what are you truly afraid of in that situation? What do you think's gonna happen? Because it's a children's show. All that's gonna happen, there's gonna be 2 male dogs, they'll stand next to each other, they might hold hands, and the kid will call both of them dad. That's it. Your worst fear is not gonna come true. You're not gonna turn on a children's show and it's gonna be 2 dogs sucking on each other's pink things, okay? That's not gonna go down. It's not gonna be like, which one's the gay dog? Oh, the one with 9 nipples pierced. That is not... There's not going to be a very special episode where Peppa Pig comes out. It's like, are you a top dog or a bottom dog? The dog's not going to howl and be like, ah, ooh, no. The dog's not going to introduce himself and be like, okay, my pronouns are arf and rough. Both sides cancel shit. Right now, there's a group on the far left in Canada that successfully canceled the name of a youth hockey division because they said it was too offensive. Don't worry, I'll tell you the name. The name of the youth hockey division, and it's been this way for years, has always been the midget division. Now, I feel like I'm uniquely qualified to talk about this.
The short person.
And me personally, I was not offended. I was not. To me, it made sense. Kids, small, midget division. Okay. I'm also kind of proud. We're the only disability that got our own division. The only one.
That's Pee-wee or something.
The only one.
Oh, no.
Nobody else got their division. You can't go out on a Friday and watch the cystic fibrosis slap the puck. It's not going to happen. But some people got offended, and they complained, and they changed the name of the division. The problem is that the new name, I think, is worse. It is, because the new name of the youth hockey division in Canada is the under 18s. Right?
Yeah.
That's icky as shit.
U18.
Oh my god, the under 18s? What the
It's called
fuck?
U18,
You can't go to your
yeah,
friends
that's
and be
right.
like, hey, it's Friday night. Let's go watch the under 18s. Yeah, the under 18s, my god. Why don't you just call it the
I'll go
barely
watch some
legal
under 18
division?
hockey.
The commissioner can be Jared from Subway. The under 18s, you can't call a youth hockey division the under 18s. Nobody's gonna want to score on the under 18s. At least not before the first period. Now, some of you, that joke may have offended you. Okay. I'm not saying you're not allowed to be offended. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying you're not allowed to have things that you don't like and you don't prefer. Absolutely not. I'm just saying that we should probably draw a line between I don't like it and it should not exist. There has to be a compromise in between those.
Yeah.
Because there's plenty of things we all don't like. I don't like a lot of shit, okay?
Damn, 3
I don't
hours
like
on
the Disney
beer?
classic film Snow
Shit.
White. I hate that movie. I can think of, 7 reasons off the top of my head. But just because I don't like the movie does not mean it should not be allowed to be out there. You're an adult. You can make that decision for yourself. We don't do that with other things. We don't do that with stuff like sports. You're allowed to like whatever sports team you like. Your friend can like whatever sports team they like. You could still be friends. That's part of the fun, is you like different teams. You watch a game. You talk some shit. It's great. I was watching a basketball game not too long ago with my buddy Adam, and we like different teams. So we're talking shit, and all of a sudden this commercial comes on. I don't know if you saw it here. It's for a company called Roman. The ad just starts off with a voiceover going, "Did you know that 50% of men suffer from erectile dysfunction?" It was just me and Adam in the room watching basketball together. And they're like, 50%? Now we're looking at each other like one of us has to get a boner right now. 50%? Holy shit! Does anyone think that's a real stat? 50%? You understand what that would mean? That would mean boner, no boner, boner, no boner, boner. White guy, backwards baseball hat, definitely no boner. Okay?
Yeah, backwards baseball hat, and neck beard.
Ladies, if they had that kind of commercial for you, you're just sitting there watching TV with your girlfriends, a commercial comes on, a voiceover pops up. Ladies, did you know that 25% of women have a smelly vagina? Even if that was real, women wouldn't be like, which one of us is it? No. They would all just yell out, it's fucking Carol. That's why we only do outdoor activities with Carol. She's fully vaccinated, but we make sure her pussy wears a mask. I know, that's a fun joke. That's a fun one. Unless your name is Carol, then it's not fun at all. That's a really awkward joke if your name is Carol. You were having a good time. Now your friends are looking at you going, ha! And that sucks. I'm sorry. I don't like to apologize for jokes. I'll apologize for that one to the Carols, but Carols, please, you have to understand, I have to say that name. I have to say that name, because my wife's best friend's name is Carol, and I fucking hate her. All right? Hate her. I'm telling this joke on my special. It's my dream. One day she introduces herself to someone and goes, "Hi, I'm Carol." The other person just goes, "Smelly vagina." Dude, it's bad. Carol's trying to ruin my marriage. She is. She tells my wife shit all the time. Your husband's a comedian. He's on the road every weekend. What do you think he's doing without you on the road? I'm watching Yellowstone and I'm crying, Carol. All right? Shut up. Snitches get stitches, bitch. All right? Yes, I travel a lot for my job. That's the job. That's part of it. That's how I provide for my family. Here's how often I travel. I was home not too long ago, just for a couple of days. Thought to myself, you know what? I'm home for a couple of days. I'm going to help my wife out around the house. I'm going to do some man shit. All right? Don't laugh when I say man shit. I said man shit. You're like, yes, you are. I have a house house that's got a front yard that's got to get mowed. That's some man shit. I got the lawnmower. I'm going to start the lawnmower. It's hard for me to start a lawnmower. Little arms, no torque. All right? No torque at all. I got to start the lawnmower like son of a bitch. That's what I got to do. I finally get the lawnmower going. Now I got a whole new set of problems because the bar is right there. I can't see shit. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know what yard I'm in. Hey, where's the dog? Bird! Found him. It's bad. I finally get done mowing my yard. Feel great about myself. Then my neighbors start to walk over. Now you gotta understand, I've lived in my house now for 7 years. 7 years. Neighbor walks right up to me and just goes, "Did she just hire you? Are you available to do other yards in this neighborhood?" I thought I was a gardener in my own fucking house. I wanted to get mad, but I couldn't. I just started laughing because I was like, oh my God, they think I'm the gardener? What do they think about my wife? They think my wife's this hot, single Asian woman who's rich enough to have a white midget gardener. You're laughing. If you ever saw your neighbor with a white midget gardener, you'd be like, they are killing it right now. Where do you find one of those? What do you pay them? Skittles? My wife was happy I mowed the front yard. She even called up Carol. He mowed the front yard. Carol's response, about time. This is why I hate this bitch, okay? I hate Carol because Carol is one of these perpetually single women. Now, obviously, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But now, all of Carol's friends are getting married. They're getting engaged. And now they have less time to hang out with Carol. This makes Carol very upset. So she is actively trying to ruin her friends' marriages so they can have more time to spend with her. It's diabolical. She reads these relationship surveys. You're supposed to share the results with a husband or a boyfriend. She doesn't have a husband or a boyfriend. She's 100% pure Carol. Okay? So instead, she reads the results to my wife and judges our marriage. Are you guys doing a lot of activities together? You should do a lot of activities together. That's how you know you're in love. You gotta do a lot of activities together. Married men, straight men, we know what that means, right? Activities. Lady comes to you and goes, we're doing something. You know it's gonna be something she's gonna love and you're gonna fucking hate. Now, I know, there's a lot of women right now like, oh no, Brad, my man loves doing that stuff with me. No, he fucking does not! No, he doesn't! No man has ever woken up, had a free Saturday, and thought to himself, sweet, flea market. Okay, that is not happening. I know this. I know this. Because I had a weekend off not too long ago. I never get weekends off. I get a weekend off, I like to do nothing. Stay at home, watch the TV, pet my dog. That's what I like to do. And I'm doing that. I'm having a great time. My wife comes in the room, big smile on her face. She's like, okay, I just got off the phone with Carol. Fuck! We've made some plans. I'm not gonna like them. I never do. The plan is never something like, today we're gonna blow Brad for 30 minutes, then shut the fuck up. Okay, it's never that. Never that. But I'm a good husband. So I look at my wife and I go, that's awesome, honey. You made some plans. I'm home on a weekend. We can spend some time together. That's wonderful. What are we doing today? My wife just smiles, goes, okay, we are going apple picking. You want to take your dwarf husband here, audiences love impressions. Allow me to do an impression for you. Here's my impression of me apple picking. Ready? That was me for 4 hours on a Sunday. Just, why? Why apples? Why not strawberries? That would have made some fucking sense. They grow on the ground. That could be an asset. Run, drag my arm, get them all, one shot. Just all the Mexicans would be like, he's a legend. But I get why she said that. My wife said apple picking because for her, there's not a problem there. That's the thing you have to remember. Whatever your normal is, it's not necessarily everyone else's normal. I think people forget that. People forget that their normal is not the normal for everybody else. I have friends that say confusing shit to me all the time because they forget. My buddy, JB Ball, he's a black guy. He once said to me, hey, Brad, don't you love it when you're in a woman, you just get to dick slap her in the face? I don't possess the necessary equipment that can dick slap a woman, okay? I can't. Mine doesn't slap. Mine does not slap. I can squish. All right? I can squish, but I can't slap. Now, I have never seen what equipment my buddy JB is working with, but I'm assuming by certain stereotypes and specific porn scenes that I have watched that JB can just reel back and just Will Smith a bitch. Okay, I'm pretty sure. Like, he can do it. He can do it. It probably makes a noise when he does it. He probably does it like, what? Mine doesn't make a noise. I do it, it just goes, wank. Whenever I have sex with my wife, the neighbors think we have ducks in the house. Like, wank, 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 wank. It's stupid. But I guess it worked once. I guess my dick worked at least one time because we have a 3-year-old baby girl together, my wife and I. One time, I've got swimmers. Yeah. 3 years old, man, great age. Oh, my daughter's fun. I love being a dad. She gets so smart. She changes. She gets smarter and smarter every day. She becomes a new human being. It's so impressive to watch a human being just develop right in front of your eyes. I've been there for a lot of the big momentous occasions, all the milestones. Like, I was there when she said her first word. Her first word, I was holding her. She just looked at me and she went, Daddy. And I'm like, oh, she knows who makes the money. Like, said daddy while looking at me. She's smart, because I got a friend. He's got a son. His first word was daddy. He was looking at the fridge. His kid's a moron. Dumbass kid. Not my girl, no, smart. Said daddy first. Then we try to get her to say mommy next. It's a very logical next word. Would have made my wife really happy. Say daddy, say mommy. We tried. She couldn't do it. Couldn't say mommy. No, the next word she said was the dog's name. Yeah, my dog's named after my favorite football player, DeBrickashaw Ferguson. Couldn't say mommy. Couldn't pronounce the M. Her M came out like a B, so she called my wife Bob. See, you're laughing. My wife did not find that funny at all. I laughed every single time it happened. We would get her in the morning, she'd be like, Daddy, Bob! And I'm just cracking up. My wife was looking at me like, it's not that funny. I'm like, yes it is. Yes it is that funny. What's so funny about it? Well, I mean, later on tonight, I'm gonna try and fuck Bob. That doesn't make me feel very sexy. It should. You're a bilf. Love the fact we had a girl, too. Oh, I wanted a girl, I did. My guy friends don't believe me. They're like, no, you're a man. You wanted a boy. No, I didn't. I didn't want a boy. Why would I want a boy? To carry on my sports legacy? Not gonna lie, kind of hate it when you laugh at that joke. Okay, not gonna lie. I didn't want a boy, because I was a boy. Boys are stupid. They're dumb. They do dumb shit. I don't know if you're a parent, you got some little boys in your house right now, running around your house. Yeah, just know that if you have a favorite pillow, they've fucked it. All right? They have. They fucked your pillow. They have. Yep, sleep well. Boys do that. They do dumb shit. I did dumb shit. When I was in high school, I did really dumb shit. When I was in high school, I used to play a game with my high school friends called Nutball. Nutball. You sit across the room from your buddy, keep your legs spread apart, take a tennis ball, take turns, hucking it at each other's nuts. The whole point of the game is to hit your friend in the dick so his dumb ass would never reproduce. That is what men do, because we're morons. I saw you. You put your head in your hands. Exactly, because you're a woman. You can't understand that, because you're not that dumb. You're not. You and your girlfriends are never getting together and having a good game of split clit. I don't care how drunk you are. You're not looking around like, I don't know, girls, how about tonight? A little twat swat. There might be a lesbian in here that's like, actually. Touche. I support the clam slam. I love being a dad. It's great. So much fun being a parent. Don't get me wrong, it's also very stressful. It's insanely stressful. It's scary. It's scary being a parent. If you're a new parent and you're scared, don't feel bad. That's a normal emotion. It's probably good you're feeling it. It means you care. You're invested in the well-being of your child. I'm scared, but I also know that my fears have different forms than the average size guy, right? Because like my worst fear is I fall into the crib and get stuck. You're laughing, but you're also like, that could happen to him. That could totally happen to him. Right? I'm waking her up in the morning. I'm a little hungover. I'm like, don't worry, baby. Daddy's got your milk. Plat in the crib. Now what? Now it's just me and my daughter both screaming for my wife to come into the room together. I'm looking at a 3-year-old like, if we know we're together, we're not going to make it out of here alive. My wife comes into the room. My daughter and I have the same reaction. Up. Don't worry, Bob's gonna save us. Now, when I tell people I'm a dad, oftentimes people have a certain question about my daughter. They want to know if she is also a little person. That's a normal question. It's normal. My wife and I had that question. We didn't know. We asked our doctor. Doctor said we had a 50-50 shot. I remember looking at my wife like, hey, real talk, your daughter might be a dwarf. Are you gonna be okay with that? My wife was like, fuck yeah, I want a dwarf baby. I'm like, that's awesome. Your enthusiasm is a little creepy, I'm not gonna lie. I'm like, why do you want a dwarf baby? She goes, oh, it'll be the easiest delivery ever. I'm like, what? No, well, yeah, you guys are small. And like, yeah, parts of us are small. The head, no. My head's the same size now as it was back then. My wife was like, was it really that bad? I go, yeah, my mom still holds a grudge. Let's just say that Brad Williams has been tearing pussy up since day one. Thanks for applauding my mother's mutilated vagina. So we didn't know what was gonna happen, but they actually have a test you can run. You do an ultrasound, you measure the length of the limbs. It's amazing stuff. So they do that, they come to us, they say, Mr. and Mrs. Williams, we found out that your daughter is in fact a little person. She has dwarfism. And I got very excited. I wasn't supposed to have a preference. I did. I wanted a dwarf baby. I didn't want a tall baby. No, tall babies grow up. They get bigger. What happens when my daughter turns 9? I'm her dad. I gotta discipline her. How's that gonna go? Go to your room. Fuck you, Dad. Want a dwarf baby. The only thing that scares me is what if she doesn't like it? What if she doesn't like being a little person? I don't know how I'm gonna react to that. Like if I come home one day, she's like, Dad, why am I a dwarf? It's like, oh God. Like what can I say? I can't be like, I don't know. Maybe you got it from your mom. But so far, so good. She is a happy, healthy, normal kid. I am so proud to be this little girl's father. I really am. It's great. My family's stoked. There's no little person in the family. My wife's family was so supportive, which really made me happy. There was really only one person that had a problem.
Carol.
Yes, fucking Carol, okay? Fucking Carol. Yeah, thank you. And listen, people ask me all the time, they're like, Brad, is Carol real? Yes, she is very real. I use her real name. I don't give a shit. This special is gonna be seen all over the world. Sue me, Carol, okay? Sue me. I want you to. I want you to sue me, Carol. Then you'll have to prove in court you're not a bitch. Oh, I will tell you the story, all right? Carol comes over. This is the day we're going to tell her that we're having the baby. She comes over, and we're like, Carol, we're pregnant. She's like, oh, my God. She starts rubbing my wife's belly. That's pretty normal. Then she grabs my wife's titties for some weird reason. Grabs them just straight up. Oh, my God, your tits are going to get so big. Your tits are going to get so big. You're pregnant, so your tits are going to get so big. She's grabbing her titties. I told all of my guy friends, none of them grabbed my dick. Like, hey, congratulations, man. You're going to be a great father. This is so exciting.
Congratulations,
oh, my God,
man.
being a dad, it's the absolute best. Being a dad, it's happiness. It really is. It's happiness. Yep. Like, you think you know what joy is until you look into the eyes of your child. You have no idea what joy truly is. Side note, man, if you're on a date with a woman tonight and she knew what that move was, marry her. So she rubs the belly, Carol grabs the titties, and then Carol looks at me and just goes, Brad, is the baby gonna be like you or like me? And I was like, right. Well, Carol, she's not gonna be like you. She's gonna be rich. I wish I would have said that. I really wish I would have said that. It's my wife's friend. I gotta be nice. So I was like, oh, Carol, actually, we ran some tests and we found out that she does have dwarfism. She's gonna be a little person, just like her father. And Carol's response was to go, oh, her life is gonna be so hard. Now I'll tell you what I did say. I said, Carol, I get it. I get why you said that. You said that because for you, dwarfism is an unknown. You don't know about it, you're unfamiliar with it, and oftentimes people have a fear of things they don't understand, which I get. I'm not perfect, Carol. There's normal parts about your life that scare me. I live my life terrified of being an ignorant cunt. I did say that. Yes. It made me so happy. It made my wife so mad. My wife was like, you're sleeping on the couch tonight. I'm like, fucking worth it. Also, that's not even a punishment. You put a dwarf on a couch, that shit's still a king-size bed for my ass. I hopped right on like starfish. Don't get me wrong, I'm not naive. She said her life's gonna be hard. I know that as a little person, my daughter's gonna face challenges and obstacles in her life that a child of average size will never have to think about. I know this because I had to face a lot of those challenges myself. But I also know that she's a human being, and all human beings face challenges in some way, shape, or form. Everyone in this room, you have faced and overcome a challenge at some point in your life. Can you be born with privilege? Of course you can. Can you be born with advantages? Absolutely. Doesn't mean your life is going to be easy, because at some point you're going to have to go through adversity. And if you've gone through it, you know that the best way to get through adversity is to have a strong support group around you. And if dwarfism is the worst thing my daughter's got to go through, well then hallelujah, because she's going to have a guide who's going to hold her hand, walk her through this life, who has lived this life. And by the way, I've done a pretty fucking good job.
Yeah.
Also,
8
my
million
daughter is not
views?
just a
Alright.
little person. It does not define her. The same way, whatever your challenges have been in your life, they do not define you. You are more than the adversities you have overcome. My daughter is not just a dwarf baby. She's also my wife's kid. Asian dwarf baby. Okay? Asian dwarf baby. And right now you're thinking, what does that mean? That means she's the cutest kid you've ever seen in your entire life. Oh my God, Asian dwarf baby, Asian dwarf baby. She's not even a kid, she's a Pokemon. Asian dwarf baby, she is so cute. Baby Yoda, go fuck yourself. Okay, you got nothing. You got nothing on the Asian dwarf baby, or the ADB as I like to call her. Her life is gonna be hard. What? Asian dwarf female. She's 3. She already got into 14 colleges. Okay? Fingers crossed she's a lesbian. She can never get fired. Asian dwarf baby. Angelina Jolie is like, fuck, I don't have one of those. That's awesome. I love the fact my daughter is a little person for what that means. If my daughter is a dwarf, that means dwarf sperm 1. The dwarf sperm 1. Yeah. The dwarf sperm was sitting in my nuts with all my tall sperm. Looked at them, I was like, you know what? Fuck y'all. I'm gonna live. Okay, and hey. Worked. Fought for the right to exist. That means my daughter is a born fighter. And if she's a fighter, she takes after my wife. Because my wife is a fighter. Literally. If you saw my last special, you know why. If not, I'll explain. My wife is a highly ranked, highly respected, highly skilled martial artist. She has reached the level of master. She has been practicing martial arts for over 18 years. Over 18 years. That's older than R. Kelly's girlfriends. Like, over 18 years. Now, we live in the United States of America. That means a lot of you guys sleep next to guns. That's cute. I also sleep next to a weapon. And occasionally, I get to have sex with that weapon. I know, there's probably a redneck in here like, well, I fucked my gun! That's not the discharge I was talking about, sir. Now, some men would be intimidated to be with a woman that powerful. I'm not. I love it. It turns me on. I think it's sexy as hell. I love the fact that my wife can take any single person in this room and destroy you. But we had a dwarf baby. So you want to know what she couldn't destroy? These nuts. It's so amazing how life changes so quickly. I have a family now. It's crazy. I got my wife, got the baby. We even got a dog, too. Now, the dog was not my decision. I was not involved in this decision. I wasn't home when the decision was made.
Small dog.
I was on the road doing a show, and my wife has a friend who runs an animal shelter. She found out that a particular dog was about to be put down. So she called my wife and said, hey, could you foster this dog just for a couple of weeks till we find another owner so we don't have to put the dog down? My wife was like, of course. And her friend was like, well, should you ask your husband? She's like, absolutely not. And all of a sudden, I get a FaceTime call from my wife, and she points it at this animal, 72-pound pit bull, okay?
Oh, fuck.
Pit bull.
He probably weighs more than him.
I'm scared. And my wife is like, why are you scared? Like, look at that dog. That dog is not a dog. The dog is buff as shit. That dog is jacked. That dog's paws have abs, okay? I'm terrified. The dog doesn't know who I am. I'm gonna come home. The dog's gonna look at me and go, whoa, wonder if that squeaks. And I say, what's the dog's name? Maybe the dog's got a cute and cuddly name. Cuddles, Fluffy, Pumpkin, Schnookum, something like that. She goes, the dog's name? Diego.
Or killer.
I made that face, and my wife was like, well, why are you being so insecure? I'm like, yes, I'm being very insecure. I just found out that Diego is sleeping next to my wife, and he's got a bigger dick than me. Okay, I'm insecure. And I look at my wife, and I go, honey, I love you very much. Remember, Diego is not our dog, okay? We are fostering this dog. That means we're gonna find another home who all agrees they want the dog, give the dog to that family, then you and I can have a discussion if we get a dog or not. But Diego is not our dog. Don't get attached to him. That's my word. My word is final.
You can't say that to an Asian lady.
Every married man just went, how'd that work out for you, dumbass? Well, I got home a few days later, open the front door, there's Diego, middle of the house, chewing on a bone or a Chevy, whatever, he's fucking huge. He looks up and sees me and just goes, whoa, and starts running at me, and I'm like, this is how I die. He runs, he stops, he skids across the floor, comes about 1.5 inches away from my face, and just... licks my face, licks my face again, and I'm like, yeah, I love this fucking dog. Oh my God, I love this dog so much. I'm so glad it was my idea to get him. Now I got a dog. I got a pit bull. I get to take him on walks. Do you have any idea what people are thinking when they see a midget walking a pit bull? They're just like, that's a badass midget. I'm like, yeah.
I'd fucking run.
Love this dog. And I'll be the first one to admit it. I was wrong. I was wrong about pit bulls, okay? I was wrong. I thought pit bulls were these mean, aggressive, violent dogs, and they are not. They're sweet, they're kind, they're gentle, they're loyal as all hell. If you ever meet a piece of shit pit bull, it's only because a piece of shit human taught that dog how to be a piece of shit.
Yeah.
They're not naturally like that.
Yeah.
Take 2 seconds, do some research. You'll find out pit bulls were bred for a very specific purpose. They were bred to watch children. Their nickname is the nanny dog. If you put a baby next to a pit bull, instinct kicks in. It goes, that's my baby. That's why my dog loves me. Saw me, was like, that's my baby. I don't know why my baby has a beard. I don't judge. Love this dog. Take him on walks, take him to the dog park. One time, I took Diego to the dog park. I let him off the leash. I'm watching him play. From the other side of the dog park, a Dalmatian sees me. And I don't know if you guys know this, but apparently, Dalmatians and dwarves have been feuding for years. I was unaware of the war. The Dalmatian sees me and just runs. Snapped the leash it was on. Snapped it. Now, we've all been in a situation before where a dog got a little loose. What does the owner normally do? Oh, you're okay. He's a big dog. He just thinks he's a little dog. You're going to be fine. That did not happen. Dalmatian snapped the leash. The owner looked at me and went, run! My people don't run. We scurry, okay? We scurry. So I'm like, shit, that they're scurrying like a motherfucker. But the Dalmatian is tracking me like a cheetah, tracking a gazelle in the African Serengeti. Gets up to me, jumps on me, bites my shoulder. Now I'm fighting a dog. I am fighting a dog. I don't want to fight a dog. I don't want to hurt a dog, but I got to defend myself. So I've watched a lot of UFC tapes, okay? Yeah, I'm trying to get the dog into a guard position, all right? Trying to get the dog guard position. But apparently the dog saw the same UFC tapes. Dog passes my guard, just starts raining hammer paws down on me, fucking me up. I'm like, where the hell's the owner? I look, I see the owner. He's standing there with 5 other strangers, phones, recording that shit, all right? Yeah, you want to know the story ends? Go to YouTube. Type in Dalmatian rapes midget. Like, you're going to see something. Dalmatians biting me, scratching me, batting me. Dalmatians fucking me up. Does not look good. Then, from the other side of the dog park, you just hear, row, row. Diego.
Yeah.
It's Diego! He's like, that's my baby! And he starts running at the Dalmatian. He lowers his shoulder. Boom! Nails a Dalmatian. Dalmatian fucks off. I'm like, that's my pit bull. I give him a treat. I give him a pat. I hop on. And then I rode his ass home. Thank you, New York City! My name is Brad Williams!
That's really good, Doug. Not if there's any more. 8.8 million views. Damn. I think that's the only one. It's
Hello, Mark. I would like to introduce all of you to my one-of-a-kind front-wheel drive dually truck, or as I like to call it, the Foolie truck. Now, them rear-wheel drive dually trucks, you know, they can haul a decent load, 30, 40,000 pounds, but you see, they ain't got no weight back there on the back axle. You see, my Foolie truck, I got that engine sitting right here on my tars. tires. And that weight of that engine, it pressed down on them tires. Gives me more traction, which means I can haul a heavier load. Now, everybody knows that rule number one of hauling heavy loads is that the heavier the load you haul, the bigger your tow mirrors got to be. Now, them Dodgers and them Fords and them Chevys, you know, they got tow mirrors the size of a gnat's pecker. And that is because they haul them light loads. But you see me, I'm hauling 80 to 100,000 pounds. And that's why I got these extra, double extra, quadruple, extra large tow mirrors. And let me just tell you
This is the
something.
abandoned
These tow
truck
mirrors right
there.
here, I can not only see my trailer, I can see the truck behind me that's hauling his trailer. Then I can see the policeman that's done pulled over the truck behind him. I can see into another zip code. with these tow mirrors. Now, when I talk about hauling heavy loads, I ain't BSing you. This old fully truck here, it can haul just about anything. And I'll prove it to you. You see, when you got yourself a front-wheel drive dually truck, it's like having a woman with double D's. You got that downhill momentum, which makes it easier to haul them heavy loads. As you can see, I have got dual smokestacks coming out the front of my Foley truck. You see, I couldn't have an exhaust coming out the back of my truck like them rear-wheel drive dualies do, because this thing here has got so much power, if I had an exhaust coming out the back, it would blow my trailer straight off the hitch. But you see, with these dual smokestacks like this, when I hit the gas, all them exhaust fumes go up into that hole in the ozone layer. It's like ventilation. Now, everybody knows that these vehicles here is called a PT Cruiser, but they don't know what PT short for. You see, that's what it's short for right there.
Pootie Tang.
It's the Pootie Tang Cruiser. Because when you drive a front-wheel drive dually, them women, they be throwing their panties at you. Now, as you can see, the old Pootie Tang Cruiser is a manual transmission. Now, I could have got me an automatic transmission, but I don't have a vagina. Okay?
Vagina.
Man. All right. What's the first three letters in the word manual? Man.
Vagina.
Right? And it takes a man to drive one of these. Well, actually, I know some ladies who can drive them too, so it's either a manual or a womanual. Okay? But it takes a very skilled individual to drive these. You know, I learned how to drive one of these when I was 16-year-old. My neighbor, Mr. Rodney, he'd come over to the house. He'd say, hey, it's time to go drive that stick shift. You know, he'd take me to some secluded area, and he'd blindfold me. He'd say, all right, put your hand on that stick right there, and let's see what you can do. You know, I'd just sit there, just changing the gears. Now, he slept all the way home, which I thought was weird, you know, but that's how I learned to drive stick shift. Now, a lot of trucks got bed covers, you know, but they have to get out, and they have to roll the bed cover on the truck, and then if they want it off, they have to roll it back up. But you see, in my Foley truck, if I'm riding down the road and I got valuables in the back of my truck and it starts raining, all I gotta do is hit this button. Bam, my valuables is covered. And you see, not only does that cover my valuables, but it also gives me a spoiler right here. Now, you see, the whole purpose of this spoiler is when I am riding down the road at a high rate of speed, that wind will hit that spoiler and it'll go over the top of my trailer. Because if it don't, that wind hits that big old trailer I'm hauling while I'm going down the road at 80 miles an hour, it causes that trailer to do all kinds of crazy things. All them regular dually trucks, they all big and awkward, so they can't do nothing but haul.
11111F.
This is an
FK him up.
Trigger! All that darn torque. Them tires spinning.
No third
Rip
age.
my darn exhaust clean off. Now, a lot of people's concerned about my turning radius. Well, how does it turn with them tires on the front?
Second age it
I got
is.
wide fingers. This thing can turn on a dime.
Never dude. Never 3A, never pet dog. On to the next D.
Okay, so like water.
Just do includes girls.
I want you to listen to this turbine blowing up. 250 horsepower. So as you can see, when you have a very powerful towing machine and you got quadruple extra large towing mirrors that ain't too aerodynamical, you could come into some problems, especially when you are going at a very high rate of speed. It's all right, we can put it back on.
No, Cody, how much?
Do I have water?
Does he own it?
Oh, this right here. This right here. Okay, okay. Yep. I knew I left it up here somewhere. Yeah, forgot how to do that for a second. I'm gonna take a break. We're drinking out of the water bottle. Yeah, water. What? I'm like, what are we whispering about? Does anybody have any questions? Where's the guitar? Oh, it's in back. I did, so on mushroom shows, I don't bring the guitar out because I'm never sure if I can play it or not. But I feel pretty good tonight, so I'll play a couple of those. I do feel pretty toasty, though. Take my jacket off. No. Sounds like someone getting fingered at a Foo Fighters show. What do we want to talk about? Okay. Yeah. Oh shit. Fuck yeah.
Will you tell the story of your first ever live show? Your first
Yes.
ever show?
Sure.
Yes.
So the first time I went on stage, I was 15 years old, and I needed somebody to drive me to the show. So my parents drove me. They were so proud. You know, my mom had one of those, not just one, but like probably 30 of, you know, those zoop, zoop, click. The old-timey, the camera, zoop, zoop, click, right? And every 2 seconds, I just hear zoop, zoop, click. I'm like, okay, we're just driving over, you know? But I get there, and I can't ever remember being that nervous in my entire life about anything. I know that because I remember my knees shaking. Yeah, like, and I remember my dad saying to me, hey.
Black stand-up comedy's way better. He's got fun one that won't sue us. How's this guy all fucking...
Everybody put your hands together right now for one of the funniest people in America, Mr. Nate Jackson.
We're gonna have some fun. This is not a special. It is filmed well. I believe there are 10 cameras going right now, but this is not a special. This is a crowd work joint in which I have to make up everything for about an hour. Everything. I got nothing on my mind. Well, a couple of things, but rule number 1, if I look at you and you don't want no shit, look away. Rule number 2, if I look at you and you look at me and I start and you don't like what I decide to talk about, looking away will no longer save you. Okay? You get to look away early. Rule number 3, don't be sensitive on behalf of other people. Fuck them. And then there's a new rule where like yelling out for my attention is stupid. Don't do that. And what are you? You look like you're something, sir. You're not just white. She said, he is. I looked him up. He's a fucking wetback. Like, what is the fuck? What are you?
White and black.
White and black. She laughed. She was like, you're way more than that. Well, so what are you? White, black, and what else?
Just white and black.
Just white and black. Why does she have a problem with that multiple times?
He's never done Ancestry.com either.
She's never done Ancestry.com? Well, what do you think he is?
I don't know.
Then how do you know he's not just white and black?
He could be.
But you were like, no, twice. Like you knew there's some other shit in there.
2024. None of us know what we are.
No, I know what I am. I'm not confused. Say it with me. I am a... No, finish my sentence. She's like, use it. Sorry, that's my clone. What's your name, ma'am? Let's talk about life.
My name is Steph.
Nice to meet you, Stephanie. And then my mulatto friend?
Don.
Don. Is that short for Donald? What's it short for? Don is short for Don. So you're telling me as a brand new, beautiful baby, your parents were like, let's name him Don. You're a liar, bro. Let me see your ID. Come on. Hurry up. What the fuck's taking so long? Come on. Have that white side hurry the fuck up. Motherfucker's name is Don. Whatever. Don Chambers. You from Portland?
No.
Well, you got Oregon ID. Where you from?
Seattle.
You got Oregon ID and you're from Seattle?
I moved down to Oregon for about 10 years.
You moved to Oregon for 10 years? For the shoes or the taxes?
Family.
Family. The white side.
Black side.
The black side of your family's in Oregon?
Yeah.
Damn. Okay. So you have on a hoodie. Is this your business?
No, it's a buddy's.
So buddies? Are you fond of your buddy's business?
I support it.
Okay, well, I support small business. So what is Silverdale Hobbies?
It's a hobby store out in Silverdale.
Silverdale. He's literally answering me. It's just the answer so obvious. I'm Don. What's it short for? Don. What's Silverdale Hobbies? Hobbies in Silverdale. That's cool. I believe in calling the thing what it is, so I understand. So do you have a hobby that you do at Silverdale Hobbies?
Race RC cars, yeah.
You race RC cars? The little fast ones, the little tough ass ones? Those? Hold on. What'd you say, ma'am?
I'm pretty sure I know the ones you're talking about. His are, like the bigger ones.
Okay. I was talking about the ones that you're talking about. Yeah, I was thinking like the ones where they like professionally race it.
Teeny ones that like...
No. The adult ones, like a real hobby. Like you got to change the wheels out after you do a burnout. Yeah, my boy Diego collects them. He also has the big boats and the big planes and all that. It's rich people shit.
Car goes flip.
Are you
and then
rich?
Everyone stops.
Does she know that I'm not talking to her no more? You know what would be cool if you and her had a podcast? I think I know what you're talking about. She knows everything already. What is he, black and white? No, he's not. I know what he is. He hasn't done the ancestry already. I know what he is. Well, girl, I just feel like the way the world is, that the thing that come out of the world is wild as a bug. Yeah, but I know when you're about to say wild, what you mean when you say wild.
You made that more than what it was.
That's how this works.
Yeah.
That baby, she high? What's wrong with your baby? Give her vegetables so her brain be strong like everybody else. She is through with her. Like, bitch, shut your ass up. Your face looks so, and you were like, This black girl disdain. And what's your name, sis?
Malia.
Malia, outstanding. And so this is a couple?
Yeah.
Well, you guys look good together. You like for real, like you shouldn't be together, but you look good together. You know what I mean? Where did you meet him at?
Online.
Online. What app?
On Tinder.
Tinder. Oh, so y'all just started out smashing? You fell in love right away through Tinder?
For a while.
You talked online?
Yeah.
How did you get her off of your phone and into real life?
I don't remember, honestly.
How long has it been?
It's been like a year.
You can't remember none of the shit from 1 year ago?
You know what I...
Have you guys been in a car accident or something? Why is your memory so trash?
I don't know what I said.
You don't remember around last Christmas when you met the love of your life, where you guys met and went and had food and stuff?
We met.
Well, tell me.
It was at
Fuck, man. You were so confident. I remember where we met. Where? Oh, shit. I know exactly what you're about to say. Where?
It was in Renton somewhere. I don't remember the name of the spot.
It was in Renton somewhere. I don't know where the fuck we were. Do you remember? Girls usually know that kind of stuff.
He had recommended it.
I can look it up.
Okay, so is this love now?
Yeah.
You sure? I want you to know that as this airs on YouTube, they're gonna see you were confident. And she was like, I mean, yeah, I guess.
It is.
There's gonna be comments about the way you just reacted to that question. How much do you love him, 1 to 10?
9. It's been a year. It's been a year.
She said, it's my answer. Fuck you guys, it's my answer. That's crazy to me. That in a public forum that is the camera 4 inches from your forehead, that you would choose to put the flag and die on the hill of it's not a perfect 10. You're supposed to say a 10 and then talk about it in the car. Like, and you know it's not a 10, right, motherfucker? I said that for the cameras. It's a 9, and here's why, and here's what you need to do to make it a 10, bitch. Like, the fact that we now have to find out the difference between a 9 and a 10 to you and what he's doing, like, we're going to get into this. We are. She already knows what happened, but I still want to talk to you and find out. How much do you like her? Scale from 1 to 10. Fuck it, Make sure the camera's on her at the moment where we realize she's the asshole. Why a 9 and not a 10?
We're still building.
A house?
No.
The fuck are you still building?
Relationship.
Your relationship? And so you're reserving that last little before you go all in?
I mean, like, you're single on your taxes until you're married, right?
You're single on your taxes until you're married? I want everybody in the room to look at that couple so you could recognize what it looks like when two people ain't gonna make it. That man loves you. He ain't talking about no taxes, girl. He like, this is my baby. It's a 10 out of 10. And you like, well, technically speaking.
There's steps. That's all I'm saying.
There's steps, and he has not made it to the last step yet?
No, we have not. We have not made it.
Then clearly, you have not. What is the last step? Like, is there Bowser at the end of the level?
Exactly.
Who does he need? Does he need to impress your dad, or is it family he hasn't won over yet? She's like, a dad? I don't got no goddamn dad. Okay, my bad. Why not 10 out of 10?
We're just still growing together.
Yeah, he's already there. Why aren't you with him?
there's just steps in relationships.
What are the steps?
Well, a year, right? So then we spend more time with each other's family,
Mhm.
right?
This is your answer.
Yes, and then just being with each other's friends more, different things. So I think our next step would be like living together, different things like that.
And you need all that to figure out if you love him a 10.
Look, you said no.
I think the best love is where you just love each other and then you're like, let's figure the rest of this shit out. I think that. Yeah. So just mentally go a 10. He's already there.
But you said I could say he was a 10 and then lie and then say it in the car.
Yeah. But now we know it's a 9 now. But I'm telling you, just like wake up tomorrow and be like, it's a 10, Dave, and just be a 10. Because it's obviously a choice. You've chosen to be one tick below him. You want to be, it's called equally yoked, right? Like, match his 10.
It's a religious term, but yeah.
It is religious. So is marriage. It's before God. You want to get married one day? Is the person to your left who you want to marry?
It could be, yeah.
Could be. Okay, sir, you want to get married one day? Yeah. And that's who you want to marry? Yeah. All right, so this is what I want you to do, sir. I want you to go get a honey pack. Because I know what's missing. You need to blow her goddamn spine out the back of her motherfucking ass. You need to knock, no, I know you fucking her good right now, but you need to knock her lumbars loose. I want her yelling, it's a 10! Women only talk like that when you ain't doing all of the shit. If that dick was crazy, she'd be like, it's whatever he said it all. I don't care. He says, so I can keep getting that pee-pee. It's exactly what it is. That's what you gotta do. Take your power back, man. Yeah. Maybe you gotta rub it out twice and then go see her. That's a little tip for everybody, fellas. Sometimes we just be excited. We want to see her. You know? All that. Oh my God, I'm inside. I'm inside. Oh, it feels so good. I'm gonna last a long time. Oh, yeah. Sometimes you gotta take care of yourself a couple times. Just so it don't respond to everything, you know? You're gonna be able to hit it and it's like, hey, come on man, chill out. If you hit it and it's like, what we doing? That's too much excitement. You need to be able to hit it and it's like, man, come on, man, come on. That's when you use it, you know? That's just a little tip for the fellas. Little tip. That might help you around a little bit. Look. So is this a double date here? You guys look young and impressionable. No? No one's dating? You are, and then you guys are not? You're just friends?
No, we're dating.
Oh, okay. So then, what's the ish? You said dating-ish?
Figuring it out.
Figuring it out. What are you trying to figure out? How much you like him 1 to 10? She's waiting like, bitch, answer. The fuck? I ain't the I ain't the only one with an honest 9 in this house. Tell me what the... Huh? 10. Oh, well, damn. Shouldn't even... How much you like her back? Damn, look at that. Ain't you... Whole another couple and you're still a piece of shit. Ain't that a bitch? You gotta live your truth. I fuck with you. She's like, I said what I said. Y'all can suck my ass, motherfucker. And so you guys you don't have a title?
No.
You don't?
Chit-chat.
Do you want one? Like you want to be a boyfriend, like officially? Or you're like, I just don't want to ask for that and then I scare him off.
No, yes.
Yeah? Does he know that?
4
Have you had that
hours.
awkward butt naked conversation
Holy.
inside the bed?
The
That's when
goddamn
that
drought
conversation, you're sitting
today.
there like, whoo, shit, that was crazy.
Holy.
She's like, yeah, that was crazy, but what are we? Seriously. We can't keep doing this. Times have changed. I'd be the woman like, yeah, you know what it is, motherfucker. You'd be like, you don't want to be a couple? I don't. I gotta go to Costco. Wait. I gotta get my kids. You sit your bitch ass there and figure out what you are. I'm a grown woman. It's like. So did you know that, sir?
Yes.
So how come you haven't made her your girl? You just been liking her a 10 without a title. You married?
Dude, Dave Chappelle copyright me. Probably not. Maybe people just re-upload these so they can make 5.3 mil. So you gotta make fucking lots of fucking money from it. You probably made like $5,000 or fucking like a couple $1,000 at least. Yeah, that's it. Okay, I need to save, download this, and fucking re-upload it.
Why do you pick San Francisco to shoot your special?
This is one of the best towns to ever.
For coming. God damn. I did it big this year. From cable, nigga, goddamn. Thanks for coming out and thanks for making a nigga feel comfortable in the gayest place on earth. You guys got Disney World jealous out this motherfucker. Man, I didn't really think it was that gay at first. I was like, what is everybody? Because when I was coming out here, everyone was like, man, that place is really gay. So what the fuck is everybody talking about? It's not so gay. And then I wandered into that Castro. God dang, I said, this is America's anus right here. This shit is deep. Went to that Tenderloin. There's nothing tender about that motherfucker at all. That shit was rough. The opposite of tender. I have never seen crack smoked so casually before. These niggas was sitting in front of Starbucks smoking crack and drinking coffee. I said, this is off the hook. Talking about politics. I seen one crackhead trying to break into somebody's car, man, and it struck a chord with me. I tried to stop him. I said, hey! And he looked back and saw me and said, oh, keep an eye out. I said, nigga, that was me that said that. I'm trying to help you. I want this shit to stop. Crackheads are like that. I had a crackhead break my car window one time. Broke it! You know what he stole? Fucking candy bar I had lying on the seat. That's all he took. It's a goddamn candy bar. I was so mad. I drove around the neighborhood for 5 hours looking for a crackhead with chocolate on his face. I did that. I finally found when I grabbed that motherfucker and said, hey man, what's all this chocolate on your face, motherfucker? He looked confused. Chocolate? This is doo-doo, baby. I said, ah! Oh, man. This place is insane. But you know what I like about San Fran, and the reason I picked this city to do my special is because of all the major cities in America, somehow people get along here better than anywhere else I've seen in the country. That's right. That's right.
Huh.
And I always admired San Fran for that. And today I realized how you did it. Put all the niggas on the other side of that bridge. There's nothing, this shit ain't happy on that side. You leave San Francisco like, bye, thanks for coming to San Francisco. Come back in April, we're having a sale on Birkenstocks. As soon as you get to the other side, welcome to Oakland, bitch. Quick, quick. It's fucking crazy. But it also would feel like it's an East Coast city in the West Coast. You guys got subways and shit. I'm scared of public transportation. I was on a bus that was held hostage. 45 minutes. It wasn't life-threatening. I don't want to give you that impression. It was a dude jerking off, but the shit was scary, son. It was scary. It was right before it happened, I was on the bus smoking a cigarette. It's a long story. It's not the coolest shit I ever did. And people freaked out. Sir! Sir, put that goddamn cigarette out, okay? This is everybody's air, sir. I flicked it. I didn't want any trouble. And just at that moment, coincidentally, this homeless dude, out of nowhere, pulls his dick out. Started beating off. And I was furious. Because nobody said shit to this guy. They were just looking like... I was the only one on the bus that had the balls to say anything to him. And it's not even like I was brave, really. It was that, you know... I was sitting next to the motherfucker. I had to say something. Come on, dog, you hit my elbows. Stop. Son, just stop. That's all I said. I didn't want to say too much. The guy's beating off on the bus means there's something wrong with this motherfucker. He's not wrapped so tight. I didn't want to push him over the edge. As soon as I said something, all these dummies on the bus, now they're brave. He's right. Put your goddamn cock away. I don't want to see this anymore. I don't want to see it either. Yeah! Now the guy flips out. All right, everybody, back up. Back the fuck up. I tried to be nice about this. Now everybody freaks out. Oh my God, it's a biological attack. Oh. I'm caught in the middle. I can't lose my cool. I said, hey, everybody, just calm the fuck down or you're going to get me shot. So just be cool. Let's do what this man
Dude, you hear about all the new relics, dude? I bet you're excited for leagues, dude. Dude, they got some sick relics coming out, man. I bet you're fucking ready for leagues, dude. Probably fucking hyped up, stocked up on membership. Fucking buying bonds and shit. Because you know you won't play the fucking retail game for a couple months. Oh, yes, dude. And if anybody's hyped up, it's you.
So he'll leave us alone.
Yeah, get a couple 200 mil XPs in that league. Bet you're excited for all the fucking relic reveals.
That is better. And then he started walking up and down the aisles. He was terrorizing us. And then he starts making demands. You in the pink shirt, squeeze your tits together. No. You, stick your finger in your butt. Why? Oh God, why is this happening? Oh God, oh God. He was working my way. Shit was tight. Just that minute. I got saved, dudes. I was so lucky. This guy at the other end of the bus, he snapped. He lost his mind. I seen it happen. Ah! He screamed out, rush him! He can't come on all of us and charge him out. Ah! And it was like a movie. This homeless dude seen him coming and shot one off. Ah! I dodged that shit like the Matrix. Niggas, oh. The guy behind me wasn't so lucky, y'all. No!
Yeah, Chad.
That shit was gross. It didn't kill him, but I'm sure that fucked his day up. You're not gonna have a normal day if the homeless dude busts a nut on your forehead and 8:30 in the morning. That's a wrap on the rest of the day. Ah!
Yes, so happy man.
Yeah, there you go, Doug.
Ow. It burns! Oh! 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 Everyone was standing around looking at him. Even the homeless dude felt bad. I guess he was finished. He came back to his senses. Oh, this is my stop. I said, relax, motherfucker. I had to say something. Relax! Oh, I can't. I got AIDS. I know it. I said, you can't get AIDS from a homeless dude busting a nut on your forehead. That's not how it spreads. I don't even know if that's just true. That's just what I told him, man. He was so scared I had to say something.
You know where the cannonball thieving place is, dude? Because I think that's way better XP. I think that's like triple XP. There's like a place I can thieve cannonballs.
Who the fuck knows?
And there's another stall I can do.
Scientists don't even know. Scientists still say AIDS started because somebody had sex with a monkey. Word.
I forget what port it's at.
Research is the best explanation that you came up with, mother.
Port Tiris or Port Roberts?
People, you idiot.
Oh, probably Port Roberts.
You either fuck monkeys or you fuck people. That's it. There's no in between. You're not gonna get some monkey pussy on Tuesday and then be like, oh, let me call Charlene on Thursday. No. Once you fuck a monkey, that's a firm decision. I'm out of the human pussy game for good. It's ridiculous. You act like monkeys are just as open.
Use the necklace I forgot port myself.
Yeah, it's one of the necklace teleports.
Think about it. Think how hard it would be to catch a monkey and fuck it. That's ridiculous. That's how it had to go down. Who you think you're just gonna walk up to him in the woods and bribe this nigga with fruits and bananas? Hey, buddy. Hey. Yeah. There you go, buddy.
Port Robert S sounds about right though.
Yeah. There you go, your big.
Hopefully I don't need the outfit. Hopefully it works just as good. Oh no, that's
Please
not for
like the video,
pickpocketing
dogs.
people, I think.
It's big, bright red booty. You know how strong a monkey is? Would rip your dick
What the
off
fuck's
like
my
the
sailor
celery
on you?
stalk. Just throw that shit in the tall grass to never be seen again. Hey, dog, we gonna go to the club, pick up some girls. You trying to roll?
Hmm.
Nah, man.
It's not for the sailor amulet anymore.
I'ma stay home, dog. Chill with my monkey.
The fuck?
You know how long it took me to train this monkey to suck my dick?
I know sailor amulet.
Mm.
Oh well.
Last night, Chim Chim jerked me off with his feet, nigga. Only a monkey can show you that kind of love and
We tried.
tenderness. So y'all can keep fucking these people if you want, niggas. More monkey pussy for me. Hooking up with an orangutan next week.
That's a bit unfair, but oh well. I'm used to bullshit like that.
You know who I feel real
After
bad
all, I
for?
lost my fucking Black Slayer helm.
Everybody feels bad for Indians.
They died to fucking a chemical hydra. Try to give me back everything else.
These motherfuckers are not all dead, all right? I've seen, with my own eyes, I've seen a gathering of 1,500 Native Americans. They were all gathered in one
Oh
place.
well, that's why I don't fuck with sailing. It's way too glitchy. Anything sailing related. It works for other people, but it doesn't work for fucking me. It's so unfair.
Indians before. I wasn't even sure if they were Indians.
If my fucking
I asked one of them.
trials were not fucking laggy as fucking hell, I'd be 99 for sure.
Bows and arrows. I had to say something. Excuse me.
Oh well.
I don't mean to be rude.
Remember unlocking the sailor's amulet, but of course now it's fucking
And he was cool.
not removed from my account or some bullshit, man.
Yes, I'm Indian. Still didn't believe him. I had to test him to be sure. This is fucked up. But I had a gum wrapper in my pocket, so I balled that shit up and I threw it on the floor. And a single tear came out his eye. I said, oh, shit. I had so many
I need you to
questions.
leak. Ugh. Bullshit. I remember unlocking that fucking amulet, man. Getting all the fucking teleports unlocked too, but now it's fucking not even in my bank. So fucking stupid.
So what tribe are you from? I am a Navajo. I say, word. I studied you in social studies. You're a hunter-gatherer, correct? He said, I guess so. That's what you
That's
wish to
so
call
fucking
it.
stupid, man. That's why I don't work hard for fucking items.
I am an alcoholic.
I'll grind hard for items on this fucking glitched account. It's not fucking worth it. It's way harder than fucking an Ultimate Iron Man achieving it.
Please. Dog is my cousin. That's a good guess. My name is Running Coyote.
She's fucking disgusting.
What is your name, friend? And that shit caught me off guard. I mean, I didn't want to say my name was Dave to a motherfucker named Running Coyote. This don't feel good enough. He just put me on the spot. I said, huh? My name, what? Oh, my name's Blackfeet.
I would have done it the last fucking sailing combat update fucking broke the fucking Killer's amulet and deleted it from my account. I could see that happening, man.
Friends get together tonight. We could have a real live peace pipe smoking ritual. We need to celebrate, nigga. I thought you were dead. And he set it up. It was
it's just so fucking stupid.
It was all sitting around. Them Indians was beating the drum.
What's this plug in?
Some other Indians came out the back with a long blanket that was folded in half and put in front of us.
Yeah, there's no...
Open that shit up, and on the blanket was a long wooden pipe.
Doesn't say I even have it unlocked now. What the fuck?
And bags of weed were all over the blanket. Chief walked over. The big ones are 50. The little ones are 25. And these are 10.
Okay, here's all my amulets. Lunar amulet, Ghost Speak, Desert, amulet, Mold, Gnome, Slave.
Time out, Chief. Sorry to interrupt. Fucking smash, man. The weed's too strong.
Yeah, I don't have it anymore. That's stupid.
Spirits have got me. Chief, the
Oh,
spirits
updated
have
4
got
months
me.
ago. What the fuck?
And the chief
Oh yeah,
used to
sailing
walk
was
my
a...
house,
I
calm
probably had it
down,
before then.
blackface, splash.
Huh.
I said, hey, it's Blackfeet,
Oh, well.
motherfucker. Take it easy. Blackfeet, you're welcome to stay amongst me and my tribe for the night until the spirits leave you. And they gave me my own teepee to sleep in, which sounds nice. I personally felt like it was a little fucked up, you know, because they all had houses, man. It's like, why can't I sleep with y'all in the house and watch TV? Nigga, I can't be on this grass all night. Yeah, Indians is rude, man. Everybody's rude. Indians, they eat nasty food. All they ate was corn and shit.
Yeah, that'd be nice to get world's first fucking 99 thieving on a glitch tall mode account.
That's right. People only see the surface.
It's gonna take a long time, only getting 60K an hour, but...
Just because I eat chicken and watermelon. They think that that's something wrong with me. Let me tell you something. If you don't like chicken or watermelon, something is wrong with you, motherfucker. There's something wrong with you. Where are all these people that don't like chicken and watermelon? I'm sick of hearing about how bad it is. It's great. I'm waiting for chicken to approach me to do a commercial, nigga. I'll do it for free, chicken. It's the least I can do. They make fun of Latin people for eating, what y'all eat? Beans, rice, corn. Listen, that's not a reason to hate a motherfucker, all right? It's funny, but it's not a reason to hate. The only reason these things are even an issue is because nobody knows what white people eat. You've been very good at keeping that shit a secret amongst yourselves. I study white people. You don't know that. I'm writing a paper on you. Not even for school.
Yeah, that'd probably be like triple the XP. I think that's like 200K an hour at least, or 170K. An hour at least. Plus you get a whole bunch of fucking cannonballs, which are worth a lot. Of course you won't let me do that fucking method.
Chicken and giblets are over there. You must
Oh well, at least it lets me do this one.
These are vegetables. I know what you drink. See how quiet I got? Grape juice. Surprise, motherfuckers! You didn't know I knew about grape juice, did you? Oh, don't play dumb with me. Look at what is it? A lot of black people don't have the privilege of knowing about grape juice because they have grape drink. It's not the same formula. Ain't no vitamins in that shit. You might have one of your black friends over, Todd. Todd, would you care for a glass of grape juice? What? Nigga, what the fuck is juice? I want some grape drink, baby. It's purple. I don't think I know what grape drink is. What? I have some apple juice if you want. What the fuck is juice? I want some apple drink. Scream.
Great juice,
Sounds
great
like you
drink.
dropped tour sailor's amulet cause you hate sailing, bud.
No, why would I drop it, man?
All right.
The fuck?
I got some purple stuff, some Sunny D.
Yeah, I wouldn't drop it, dog. I would dope one of their updates just fucking glitched it out of the game.
See that commercial again? Look at that black kid. He'd be like, I want that purple stuff. That's drink, nigga. That is drink. They want drink. I want all them vitamins, nigga. I want drink. Sugar, water, purple. That's the ingredient. Sugar, water, and of course, purple.
No, the update didn't glitch nothing, bud.
Well, I am playing a completely different difficulty than you. You're playing easy or normal mode. No, no, fucking extremely easy mode compared to what I'm playing. Yeah, we're in completely different versions. Like I'm beta testing, bro. I'm early alpha testing, but.
Not I am back, K-Dog.
Black Wolf Gaming is your trials.
My biggest supporter.
I'm sick of that shit. I got my own problems. Nigga, that's a waste of weed. I'm smoking
Sorry
weed to
for
run away from
leaving
my
you
problems,
alone.
not take on
Yeah,
yours.
about time, dude. Fuck.
Now on.
Leaving me fucking neglected like my family, dude. What the fuck?
Calm down, motherfuckers. You win by default.
My biggest supporter's back.
I just get busy.
Good weed conversation.
Dude, you live in the Middle East. How busy can you fucking be? Actually, yeah, there's probably shit going on all the time there. You guys probably have Americans shooting fucking missiles at your fucking villages and shit like that.
Fucking smashed,
Like trying to steal your guys' oils and shit like that.
Catalogs everything they drink. 2 shots of Jaeger. Tequila. 4 bong hits men.
Yeah.
Beer.
My greatest supporter.
That shit is great. Only bad part is you cannot pass out around white people.
I just hate them.
Every time white dudes pass out around each other, they always do some borderline gay shit when the guy's asleep.
Shamalama moo
Frank fell asleep, so he like stuck a carrot in his ass and put shaving cream on his balls. Like, why, motherfucker? Why'd you do that to a friend of yours? He trusted you enough to sleep around you. You gonna put a carrot in his ass? Is that nice? I tell you right now, if I put a carrot in a black dude's when he wakes up for some shit like that, that is an automatic death sentence on the street. It's a rap for you. I'm gonna kill that motherfucker. I thought y'all was friends, baby. What happened?
Nice, dog.
I fell asleep at his house, right? We was drinking, and I fell asleep at his house, and while I was sleeping, right? I'm just gonna kill that motherfucker, all right? That's all you need to know. And fuck carrots. But everybody's getting along. I see that shit. I see it all around. Blacks and whites don't fight so much. You know who don't have no beef with anybody is Asian people. I see how y'all be doing. Y'all just lay in the cut. Only people Asian people beef with is other Asian people. Like if you call a Korean guy Chinese, I've done this. They will flip out. Hey! What make you think I'm Chinese? I am Korean. I look Chinese. Yes, motherfucker, you do look Chinese. That's why I said it. It's an accident. Nigga, to the untrained eye, you all look Chinese to me. It's a mistake. I'm not trying to offend you. Some people say all black people look alike. We don't get bent out of shape. We normally just call those people police. Okay? Just learn to live with it. That's all I can tell you. Everybody's afraid of police now. I'm scared to death of these police. I am, nigga. I got a police scanner. First money I got, this is the first shit I went out, bought me a police scanner. I just listened.
Hey, I didn't expect to see you, dog. I thought you got fucking killed by American troops or something, man. You guys got lots of resources over there that fucking everyone else wants. Damn.
Staying in the crib tonight. Fuck that. Gotta work on that alibi.
Hopefully you got your AK-47 at least, man.
Person needs an alibi.
Where you live is probably a fucking war zone whenever you least expect it. You gotta be prepared.
Look at me. Hey, everybody, look, it's me, Dave Chappelle. I'm crazy. I'm jerking off. Note the time, motherfuckers. It's 2:35.
I thought you turned into a ghost or something, man.
Comedian Dave Chappelle is June 10th. Note the time. That shit could save my life. Officer David Chappelle could have done that. I saw him in his window masturbating.
In India, you either get trampled by an elephant or killed by an American fucking missile or fucking bomb or something.
In today's paper.
Yeah. 2 ways of death.
Fuck, I need an alibi. I can't be no celebrity. This shit is just the worst.
Or killed by Pakistan.
I can see why. I
think they fixed that war, Pakistan and India.
Disney World with my
I think they're working through it.
deal for me. I don't get to see my kids so much. I do Chappelle show 20 hours a day. Sleep for like half an hour, raise my kids for 10, 20 minutes, and I go back to work. This particular day, I got to hook up with the kids. We went to Disney World. Everybody at the park. Fucking everybody. Hey, Rick James, bitch. Hey, I'm Rick James, bitch. It's like, hey, man, hey. You mind not calling me a bitch in front of my kids? Time out, motherfucker. We take a day off. Even Mickey Mouse did it. I said, this is the most unprofessional shit I have ever seen in my life. Rick James, bitch. Oh, I was fed up. I caught that motherfucker with an uppercut. Bop! Knocked his head clean off. Everybody was screaming. Oh my God, oh my God. Mickey Mouse is Mexican. I had a terrible time in Disney World. Disney World is like a whole nother country anyway. They got their own currency. That shit is ridiculous. As soon as I check in the hotels, welcome to Disney World, Mr. Chappelle. Can we interest you in some...
Nice, we're at like 10% today, now we're at 62%.
Nah, man, I'm cool. Can't buy weed and pussy with Disney dollars, nigga. I'm on vacation. I like them greenbacks. You know what I'm saying? It's the kind of money people spend. People is very particular about that. I saw that. That was one of the main stories from the war. Was the first big thing we did was they said, now that Iraq has been liberated, we have managed to take Saddam Hussein's face off of the money. And I'm not gonna lie, when that press conference came off, I was like choked up. I was actually proud to be an American because that is a very subtle psychological nuance of oppression to have a dictator on your money. And it's thoughtful to be able to take that motherfucker off for the goodwill of another person, right? But then I thought, well, if you could do that for Iraq, what about our money, man? Our money looked like baseball cards with slave owners on it. George Washington is the worst of the worst. Yes, I said it. You mythologize this motherfucker like he was the greatest.
Yeah, Canadian money still has the queen on it.
With a white person, and we saw George Washington walking in front of our time machine. My white friend would probably be like, oh my God, Dave, look, there's George Washington. It's the father of this great nation. I'm gonna go shake his hand. I'd be on the other side like, run, nigga, George Washington. And we'd both be right. You like him because he wrote the Declaration of Independence and all that shit. We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men are created equal. Go get me a sandwich, nigger, or I'll kill you. Liberty, justice for all. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Wait a minute, did he not own slaves? Didn't he own slaves? That's all I'm saying. I almost protested the war in the beginning. Almost. Until I saw what happened to them Dixie chicks. I said, fuck that. If they'll do that to 3 white women, they will tear my black ass to pieces. I don't want to hear that shit. Yeah, man, they would. But I'm like, for real, why you care so much what the Dixie chicks say? It's not like they political scientists or nothing. They just bitches that can sing good. You know what I mean? Stop worshiping celebrities so much. Just don't listen, don't pay attention. I remember right around September 11th, Ja Rule was on MTV. That's what they said. They said, we got Ja Rule on the phone. Let's see what Ja's thoughts are on this tragedy. Who gives a fuck what Ja Rule thinks at a time like this, nigga? This is ridiculous. I don't want to dance, I'm scared to death. Some answers that Ja Rule might not have right now. If bad shit happens to me, I'll be in the crib like, oh my God, this is terrible. Could somebody please find Ja Rule, get hold of this motherfucker so I can make sense of all this.
What does Ja Rule think?
Where is Ja? I meet Ja Rule. I don't even know why people listen to me. I'll say anything, nigga. I've done commercials for Coke and Pepsi. I don't give a fuck what comes out of my mouth. I just say what it takes. Whatever it takes, that's what I'm saying. If you want to know the truth, can't even taste the difference. Surprise! All I know was Pepsi paid me most recently, so tastes better. That's pretty much how the game goes. I'm just being real, man. There's too much goo-gagging over celebrities. People don't know what's fake and what's real anymore. That's why Bill Cosby got in trouble. Look what happened to Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby said some real shit, and the whole world freaked out on him. For what? For having an opinion? Just because he was selling pudding pops for the last 40 years, people forget that he's the nigga from Philly in the projects, and he might say some real shit from time to time. It's not that big of a deal. I spoke at my old high school, and I told them kids straight up, if you guys are serious about making it out of this ghetto, you got to focus. You got to stop blaming white people for your problems, and you've got to learn how to rap or play basketball or something. You are trapped. Either do that or sell crack. That's your only option. That's the only way I've ever seen it work. You better get to entertaining these white people, nigga. Get to dancing. Go on out there and be somebody. I just hope they listened.
Yeah.
This shit is ridiculous. People worship television. They worship this shit. You know, like if you watch a movie, right? Say you're watching a movie and one character says to another character, say, hey, what's your number, man? What's the other character always say? 555, 5555. You know why we got to do that? Because stupid ass people go to the movies and then go home.
They call the number, yeah.
That they just saw. Oh,
yeah.
No, motherfucker, he's fake. It's not his number.
Yeah. Yeah.
And to be honest, this is the worst time in history to be a black celebrity. Fuck, they locking all our stars up. It's hot right now for black celebrities. I knew it was bad when Kobe got in trouble. I said, this is a wrap for us. He's one of the most wholesome dudes we had. Lock him up, everything. And Kobe kept it together. Thank God he held his game together, because if he was cracking under pressure and getting like 6 points a game, the whole LA would have been like, that nigger is guilty. Kobe was playing his ass off. He was playing like his freedom depended on that shit. You see this motherfucker in them games, this nigga's trying to beat that case on the court. Like the judge threw him the ball, like, play for your freedom. If I could talk to Kobe, I'd be like, just relax, you'll be fine, man. Because the public is still giving Kobe the benefit of the doubt. He's one of the few black celebrities that get that. Not because he's a celebrity, more because, you know, the girl showed up with 8 different semens to the investigation. You can't do that. That's 7 too many. That's a lot of semen, man. This bitch got Noah's Ark in her panties. She's trying to recreate humanity or something. She's a collector. She got every unsolved mystery. The answer might be in this girl's paint. That's the first place I look. OJ's other glove is in there. Bigfoot's footprint. 3 CSI reruns is in that motherfucker. You got the most diabolical draws ever. Fuck being a celebrity. This is not the time to be a black star. They locking all our stars up. Black celebrities, this is a witch hunt for us, man. God damn it. It's all OJ's fault. Ever since OJ got away, white people have just been locking up our stars one by one. It's true. And it's not even OJ's fault. It's our fault. We celebrated too openly when OJ got acquitted. We should have been quiet about that shit. So it's not guilty. Niggas just damn. Oh, in your face, nigga, in your face. It hurts, don't it? It hurts. Burns, doesn't it, nigga? Ooh, that justice system burns, doesn't it? Welcome to my world, motherfucker, all that shit. White people wanted OJ's ass bad. City LA spent over
Please
$12
like the
million
video, dogs.
just trying that motherfucker. And the look on white people's face when he was acquitted, priceless. Priceless. And that's why I don't trip off of being a celebrity. I don't like it. I don't trust it. Just 1 minute they all love you, and the next thing you know, you're in front of that courthouse dancing on top of a car just trying to figure out what the fuck happened to you. That's what I'm waiting for, because the timing of this Michael Jackson shit is what makes me doubt it. Every time there's wars going out of control, or the economy gets bad, or something is wrong with the world at large, it's always these moments in history that Michael Jackson will coincidentally jerk off a kid. This is getting a little ridiculous. Like, are you planning this shit? Do you have meetings? Michael, thank you for coming. As you know, Michael, the war has not been going as well as we expected. There's been a lot of hiccups, and the public is asking us a lot of questions, of course. And, well, Michael, there's no nice way to say this, and all I know how to do is be direct, so let me just be direct. We're gonna need you to jerk off another child, Mike. I'm sorry. I am sorry. But it would really help out. Or maybe he did it. Who knows? Who knows? That's the thing. That's what I wanted to say. Who knows? Who the fuck knows? Mike, God, and this little boy know. That's about it. That's about it. The only reason that I can even talk about this shit is because everybody is speculating. They all think he did it. And I don't think he did it. I'm alone in this. I don't think he did it. I'm not gonna say I don't think he did it. That's too strong. Let me just say I am reserving judgment until all the facts come out. But so far from what I heard, I mean, the kid said he was dying of cancer. He was in Make-A-Wish Foundation. He claims he had 2 weeks to live, and it was his dying wish to meet Michael Jackson. Come on, man, give me a fucking break. This kid is 10 years old. He don't remember Thriller. The fuck you want to meet Michael Jackson for, honestly? I remember Thriller, and I just, like, kind of want to meet this nigga. Like, I wouldn't break an appointment to meet him. I'll put it that way. I'd have to already be free. That's ridiculous. It's like if I'm dying in 2 weeks and go, oh, mama, get me in a room with Chubby Chuckle. I wouldn't want to meet that motherfucker. My last 2 weeks. Why not Usher or somebody like this? So then the kid claims he goes to Michael's house. This is where it all gets crazy. I don't, like, you know, he does everything you'd expect at Michael's house. They climbed trees and rode roller coasters and Ferris wheels. The chef made cookies, pies, and cakes. There was
It's enough for me, dog. Hey, break. Is that 5 hours, 2 viewers? Fuck. Off. What the fuck I have to do? Oh well, it's still better than fucking 10 years, 0 viewers. Oh well.